Call the January 18th City Council meeting to order. Commissioner Smith, if you could give us the prayer pledge and back to the day, please, sir.
Let's assume the attitude of prayer. Our Fathers, once again, that we come grateful for the many blessings you bestowed upon us. Thankful for this opportunity to be servants of the citizens of Apopka. We ask the Heavenly Father you would lead, guide, and direct us as we make decisions that affect the residents of this city. This we ask in thy Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The fact of the day. On January 16, 1919, prohibition is ratified by the states. The movement for prohibition of alcohol began in the early 19th century when Americans concerned about the adverse effects of drinking began forming temperate societies. It went into effect in 1920, but large-scale enforcement was impossible. By 1933, prohibition was repealed. Fact of the day.
Okay. All right, members of the commission and members of the public, at this time, we will be holding a closed litigation executive session. Pursuant to section 286.011, subsection 8, Florida statutes, the city council, city administrator, and city attorney will hold a closed litigation executive session to discuss pending litigation in the case relating to the estate of Austin Duran, claim number GC 2022-108445. The discussion shall be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions relating to the pending litigation. The following individuals will be in attendance at the executive session: Mayor Brian Nelson, Commissioner Kyle Becker, Commissioner Diane Velasquez, Commissioner Alexander Smith, Commissioner Nick Nesta, City Administrator Edward Bass, City Attorney Michael A. Rodriguez, Special Counsel William E. Lawton, and Claims Manager for the Florida League of Cities, Chris Smith, as well as a court reporter. The closed litigation executive session will be held in the mayor's conference room. A court reporter will be present to record the session, and the transcript shall be made a part of the public record upon conclusion of the litigation. At this time, I ask the members of the commission, Mr. Mayor, as well as Mr. Bass and myself, to walk toward to the mayor's conference room for the commission for the commencement of the executive session. upon Commissioner Smith's return, the closed litigation executive session has now been concluded, and we return to open meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, approval of minutes. Any changes, additions, subtractions? If not, look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye.
That was Nesta.
That's-
I think
Okay.
we.
Oh, did you? Oh, sorry, I didn't
at the
hear you.
same
I'm
time.
sorry. I'm sorry.
But if you really want it.
No, you're good. Sorry.
So who
All
was
those
it?
in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, presentation. Okay, come on down, Chief.
Good evening, everyone. I don't want to waste your guys' time. I know you've been here a long time, but I just wanted to recognize, my name is Trevor. I'm with the FMIT, which is the city's insurance company. And I just wanted to recognize the police department for earning a certificate of safety recognition. It's actually extremely hard to get. We only have 3 or 4 cities in the state of Florida that have achieved it with their police departments. So without wasting anyone's time, congratulations on the audit.
Get a pic.
The police department scored 90% overall, so they have a ton of things in place to keep their officers safe. So this is well earned, and congratulations.
If I can, real quick, obviously, I'm not going to take credit for this. It's my staff, and not only my staff, but I want to thank Trevor for coming tonight, but Lieutenant Carol McMaster worked us through this process to make sure that we pass this. But it's also part of Public Works, Public Services that comes and takes care of things when we recognize them. So it's really a team effort. Although we're getting the award, it's a team effort by many of the departments within the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Edward, agenda, I think a couple of them. you had
Couple items, Mayor, under public hearing, items 5 and 6 need to be reversed.
to- Okay.
We need to take up item 6 before item 5.
Okay.
That's it. No changes.
Repeat that, Ed?
Under
We're
public
switching
hearings,
5 and 6, just
5 and
reverse
6
the
need to be
order.
Oh,
reversed.
okay, reverse the order.
Take up small scale before the zoning. That's the only difference.
Okay.
Only change.
Okay.
All right. Victoria.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, prior to the commencement of public comment, I just want to put on the record, based because of the subject matter of the executive session we just held, and under the advisement of both my counsel, our special counsel, and our insurance carrier, Florida League of Cities, that any discussions it is the policy of the city, and we have been advised that any discussions as to the specifics of the matter relating to Austin Duran, that both the city commissioners and its staff are not to comment or discuss any of the specific incidents. Now, this does not mean that anyone from the public is prohibited from speaking. As a council, you cannot abridge their First Amendment rights, but any comments or discussion or dialogue between the public commenting, members of the public who are commenting on the specifics of the issue and the incident, and the city comments under advisement of our insurer, our special counsel, as well as the legal department. We are advising not to discuss the matter or not comment on the matter.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Victoria?
Allie Robinson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Robinson. I live at 1997 Middlecrest Drive, Apopka, Florida, 32712. I'm coming here again. I came last month on the 21st. I'm back today. I'll be back next month, February the 15th. And all I'm asking is, what is going on with Rogers Road? I called Miss Pam at the zoning department. I leave message after message. I can't get anybody to call me back. When I call Mr. Bass, I left a message for him and he never called me back, but I did call him back and got him on the phone. But Mr. Bass, I pleaded with him, what are we gonna do about this road? He told me he'll get in touch with Miss Pam and have Miss Pam call me. Nobody called me. I gotta come to the meeting to find out what is going on with the road. And one thing I realize in life, people take care of what's important to them. People take care of what's important to them. If this road was in their neighborhood, they'll be on it night and day. All I'm trying to do is prevent someone from losing their life, because if someone gets hurt, the insurance for the city is gonna go up, and that means everybody's taxes is gonna go up. We have to be more concerned also about other people. And I came here, I'm always polite. I don't know what else to do. I'll be back on the 15th. If somebody can just tell me who can I talk to about the progress of the road that will return my phone call. There's no way you leave 4 or 5 messages for someone over a time period from last month to here and they don't call you back. That's not right.
Yeah. I know it's on the, I mean, it's in the budget for this year. It's a part of our, overall capital improvements.
Well, they told me last year, Mr. Anderson told me last year they were gonna do it at the end of the year. I understood that, things happen. Then they told me now I'm the first on the list to get done, Rogers Road.
But we've got to get the bid. I mean, it's not quite as simple a process, but we've got our public works folks are here, public works directors here, who will actually, oversee the
I understand,
project.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
the project, but all I'm
Yeah.
asking is you telling me more information than I got from them. That's not right.
It will
Somebody
get
should have
done.
called me back and
Yes,
at
sir.
least tell me, hey, Mr. Robertson, we got some bids out. We waiting on the bids. And we check with me next month that we can find out what's going on.
Mayor, maybe what we can do is we'll put together a timeline, a schedule, so you have a rough idea of the phases and when roughly it will be completed.
Yes, sir.
So we'll give you some kind of timeline.
Yeah, one of the.
It all depends on, if there's a lot of factors, but we can give you
Yeah, one of the
that-
challenges with Rogers Road is because of the steep incline.
Yes, sir.
You have to, there's some gradients you can only go down, I think it's 8 degrees or something is the maximum. And so it's a little more challenging than a flat, road with,
Yes, sir.
but we will,
But it
we will
can
get you, we'll
done.
get you an email tomorrow to lay out a timeline for you. How's that sound?
That sounds fantastic,
Okay,
sir.
you got it. All right.
Thank you so much for the time.
Eric Coleman.
Good evening, Council and the Mayor. Eric Coleman, 833 Kamchatka Court, Apopka. I'm here today to talk about the value of a economic development director. As I see it, the impact of an economic development department and a professional individual with proven experience in the field of economic development, one who is worthy of being called a director in a city of approximately 57,000 residents, is incredibly positive. That position has the potential to create new jobs, bring in more money to the local economy. This can help to improve the quality of life of the citizens of the city, as they will have more access to resources and opportunities. Economic development can also lead to a better infrastructure, such as better equipped and staffed fire and police department, and a higher tax income. Achieving a thriving economic development with outstanding business climate, competitiveness, and innovation is a plus. By assisting entrepreneurs, new and existing businesses, and the recruitment of businesses along with developing image marketing would enhance our status with surrounding communities. Attracting and maintaining growing businesses in targeted areas of the city will convey awareness of the city's exceptional attributes, our brand, and welcome hospitality. Ultimately, a professionally directed economic development department can lead to a more vibrant and prosperous city, which is sometimes something that everyone can benefit from, which is long overdue. I support the argument and the presentation tonight about an economic development director. In 2015, I, along with others, in which I was vice chair of Visioning Apopka, spent a year. This city spent over $100,000 putting the plan together for 2015. I got on that committee and I told the mayor at that time that I've done this several times in the past and it ended up on the shelf. And he assured me that it would not. And guess what? Nothing has been done since 2015.
Dennis New.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street, Apopka. We live in a nation of laws. Without them, chaos would ensue. Tonight, I'm going to ask some questions. Being that we're a nation of laws, why does the city and this administration violate them? Beginning with the Code Enforcement Division. They enforce the codes upon the citizens and the taxpayers, yet fail to enforce them on their own structures and buildings. They use the codes, my explanation, is to replace the red light camera money. Where's that $500,000 gone? It could be improving the buildings that the city owns. Why is it that during the last meeting, another law or code or ordinance, when I requested to utilize the portion of the city resolution 2016-16, in which allows the commission to vote for extra time when requested, yet it was ignored. The mayor and his calloused 4-minute finger on me thumped down before I could finish. There's something a lot of you don't know. I'm battling cancer. I'm short-winded, and I asked for a little bit of time. Wouldn't have been a half a minute. But you, that 4-minute finger, you're slamming it into the ground. Why is it that the city attorney and the fire chief violated state law, more specifically Chapter 633 of the Florida statutes regarding the fire department safety committee? Why is it that the city seems to ignore the Florida Administrative Code 69A and it's mandating that the fire department safety committee be built of fire department members and investigate all accidents and incidents? Do you know if you read that law, you'll find out that the insurance carrier that's here tonight isn't obligated to pay a dime and can cancel your policy for violating that. Tonight, I call for a criminal investigation into the interference of the fire department safety committee. That act is against state law. We're not above the law. You're not above the law, and it should be followed. The same thing happened in Ocoee. They had a criminal investigation, ended up in the resignation of the chief and several other people. You can't violate the law. You can't sit here and supposed to be leaders of this city elected and knowingly allow the lawyer to give bad information to the fire chief to enact on bad information and violate state law. Just so you know, my complaints have already been filed with the state fire marshal's office and the governor's office.
Albert McKimmey.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road, Apopka. The Constitution affords us First Amendment protected rights to freely express our opinion at a public forum in a lawful manner of our choice. I am ashamed of the city of Apopka. Mayor Nelson has turned the city into a circus sideshow. I am ashamed of how Austin Duran's family have been treated. I am ashamed of how Dennis New was treated at the last meeting. I have a great deal of anger tonight. I've contacted the state attorney's office to question the lawfulness of some parts of the order enforcing city employees and commissioners to remain silent and to vet public information requests in respect of firefighter Duran's death. Our commissioners are elected by residents to represent our interests within the city administration. They are a measure of checks and balances to oversee that administration. How can they fulfill their oath of office if they face interference by the administration they oversee? I am here tonight to support our commissioners' ability to hold the administration accountable. This gag order prevents comments on the circumstances of Austin's death. However, I have no reason to believe it prevents discussion of the gag order itself. The city attorney can, of course, correct me if I'm wrong. Silence will not provide a comfortable alternative for truth. Silence will provide a resonant platform for those who care to cry out for justice when they perceive injustice. Silence is what the city wants. Tonight, silence is what they will get. I invoke my right to remain at this dais for the remainder of my time in non-verbal communication and the representation of this cause in silence. This is my answer to your problems. Thank you.
Naughty Lobster.
What was the name? Oh, Naughty Lobster.
Yeah, come on.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us this moment to speak with all of you. It's our first time. My name's Christine Gonzalez, and this is Kara Rumplick, and on behalf of Michael Rumplick, our chef, we are the owners of the Naughty Lobster, located over at 311 South Forest Avenue. And we're here this evening to bring attention to the challenges we're experiencing with unhoused persons all around our business. We have owned the business now for 16 months, and here are some of the experiences that we've had thus far. We clean the streets personally on a daily basis from corner to corner and all around our restaurant every day, from cups to clothing, to shopping carts, to bottles, to cans. These are frequently found on the sidewalk, in the street, under the bridge, and that's the West Oaks Trail Bridge. There is fecal matter and urine under the bridge, on the bridge, and around the side of our restaurant. Every day, we find groups of people sleeping on the sidewalk under the bridge. We appeal to the non-emergency police line and officers to come to the restaurant. Records show that we've called an average of 3 to 4 times a month. We are repeatedly told that there's nothing that can be done, as the unhoused are free to sit, stand, and sleep wherever they wish, as long as it's not on our property. We've put locks on our exterior faucets and outlets, as people have bathed themselves using our water faucets and use our outlets to charge their cell phones. On many occasions, our customers dining on the outside patio or getting in and out of their cars have been approached for money. Recently, Kara's own mom was approached, and out of fear, she gave money. On several occasions, we have found evidence of people sleeping and sleeping bags and cups and clothing underneath our restaurant. We recently had a civilian officer state that his wife does not come to the restaurant as she's afraid. How many more potential customers feel this way? Across the street, we have an apartment complex that is run down and housing questionable people. We have camera footage of a person from this housing complex stealing an employee bicycle from our premises. This is an added safety concern for the restaurant. Most importantly, we're afraid to walk to our cars each evening when we close the restaurant. Our staff is fearful as well. On many occasions, our cooks have been harassed. We're here asking for assistance. As owners, we're concerned about the safety of our customers, our staff, not to mention the success of our restaurant, as this is our livelihood. There are plans to modernize our restaurant with an oyster bar with outdoor seating. There are plans to bring additional businesses to the building that we own across the street. However, we're questioning whether to proceed or not. Something needs to be done to rectify the unhoused situation in Apopka, and we're here to ask for help.
We've got on number 9 on our agenda will be the ordinance. So if y'all hang around for that.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Sylvester Hall.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Happy New Year again. Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. I'm gonna make this brief. Mayor, I said I'm praying for you, but they kind of took my words out of context. When you look at the minutes, I said I was praying for you because I felt you had a wicked heart. For everything that was going on with the fire department, I look at your reactions and I look at how you're handling things. And today I'm gonna continue to pray for you. I think something is missing in your heart. You have to love people to be able to serve people. And I think that is missing. But I wanna briefly talk about the fire department. As for the ones who don't know, I was at every city council meeting last year, I only missed 2. And I think it's our civic duty to come out and see what's going on in our community. Oftentimes we complain, but nobody make the sacrifice to be here. And so I'm leading the way and I'm campaigning for other people to come out and speak up and voice their opinion of what's going on in the community. I briefly want to support my brothers and sisters in the fire department. Mayor, you have created a hostile environment. I don't think you understand what that means, but the fire department, there's a hostile environment. And just coming from my experience, military, when you're in the civilian sector and you got a hostile environment, your HR will tell you that's a terrible place to be for an organization. Now you multiply that 100 times because my brothers and sisters in the fire department, they're on the front line. When you going in and you out there dealing with saving people's lives, your mind has to be focused on what you're doing. And when they can't do that, and when they don't feel they're supported, that's a crisis situation that we're in. And right now, to date, there haven't been anything done that I feel that's correcting the problem. Now, if we keep going down the same path, we're bound to have another mishap. I pray that it's not somebody's death. I pray that we don't have another death. No parent needs to go through what the Duran family is going through. When you don't change things and you look at it, and I know the police department just had a safety award presented to Chief McKinney, and well deserved. But I look at things a little bit different. When you don't put the corrective actions in place, we had a DUI in the police department. And I sit back and I'm watching everything that goes on. You would think from that incident, you would put measures in place. Then a few months later, we have another DUI. So who's laying down the law and who's making things happen? And so when we're looking at ourselves with what's going on in the fire department, if we don't make corrective actions, we're gonna have another mishap. And I pray that it don't lead to somebody's death. My simple recommendation, I told you last year, we need to reassign the current fire chief. I don't advocate for losing somebody and losing their job. Reassign him. I think there's a place to put him there. And also the 2 firefighters that resigned, I think they should be reinstated. It's hard to find senior firefighters with that type of leadership and the experience they had in the fire department. I think all that should be done. I don't mention their name because I haven't talked to them and see if they want to do that. But looking at the fire department where we at, if you bring in the ex-fire chief, that'll bring some stability. You bring back the 2 that resigned, appoint them to the safety committee, and you do all that by the end of February the 28th, I think you can start moving forward in a positive direction. That's just my suggestion to the panel.
Michael Duran.
Mike Duran, 11504 Clearmont. The packet that I gave you is what Austin had written in his notes. And that just scratches the surface. He has pictures, diagrams, mathematical equations on how to measure the fire hoses under certain pressures and what the pump's RPMs should be running. You might be wondering why I'm giving you that stuff, and I hope that you're able to read it. And I have really just a ton more. I didn't want to overburden you guys with so much, but I wanted to illustrate to you how Austin took his training and his safety serious. He literally studied and took notes and practiced on everything he was introduced to. He took the time to make sure that he knew what he was doing and what was expected of him. Because of the department's complete failure of not introducing that sand trailer, a known hazardous apparatus, which the mayor himself admits it should have never been put in service. It did not afford Austin any time to familiarize himself with the operation or the handling of it. Senior staff knew neither firefighter had any experience nor knowledge on this equipment prior to sending them out to move it. I wanted to kind of read just real quick a couple quotes that people have sent us, text messages, social media, and so forth. So it's going to kind of ramble together. I haven't forgotten you, brother. Always on my mind. Austin will be the strength to do the stuff right. He started a movement we desperately needed. His name is attached to my skin forever. I miss him every damn day. I don't understand why it's so hard for people to do just the right thing. I miss him so much that sometimes it's hard to breathe. Why is this so hard? We will never quit. Don't stop when it hurts. Stop when it's done. Thank you for creating a permanent table for your fallen brother. God bless a hero gone too soon. Mike, your strength and perseverance through tragedy is truly amazing. We will never be able to thank you enough for loving and fighting for us in these difficult times. Austin has forever changed this department and the people in it. Hashtag Austin's Army. We are Austin's Army. And one final quote that Austin himself has sent to me. And every firefighter will understand this one. 110 flights, no excuse for you today. What is your excuse for not allowing the safety committee to continue their investigation into the incident that robbed the life of my son? I still advocate for my son and the insurance of the safety and training of the firefighters that are left behind. The administration can silence the city, but I will not go quietly.
Leroy Bell.
Leroy Bell, 2308 Blue Meadows Court, Apopka, Florida. Mr. Duran, sorry for your loss, sir. I start tonight with the police department. Just received their accolades. I remember when the last mayor was here. They had problems. Mayor, you had your friends, Rod Love, Dr. Shackelford, some of the Ministerial Alliance. They was in here every meeting night, beating that man up while you sat back there and cheered him on. Mr. Love said that he would bring diversity training to the police department. He would pay for it out of his pocket. Where are your friends now? Where are your friends? Secondly, I like to talk about annexation of South Apopka. South Apopka is riddled with pollution from the air, from the dump, from medical waste, from the water treatment, sewer plant. And the city make money off of all three. On the annexation, each and every commissioner up there in November were willing to talk. I understand that there will be a meeting on the 24th. Every last one of them up there had an open mind. Your mind was closed, along with your attorney over here, with your, what they call him, Bill Barr. His mind was closed. But the money that you make off of that over there, why don't you give it to the people in South Apopka? You was the only one sitting up there kicking against it. But on the Martin Luther King parade on Monday, you was on the first one sitting on the float waving. With Sylvester back there, I want to disagree with him just a little bit. I don't even think you have a heart. I really don't. The only way that you can serve somebody or teach somebody, you first got to love them. And you don't see people with your heart, you see them with your eyes. The only people that you see in Apopka with your heart is the developers, the bankers, and the people that can put money in your pocket. I'm gonna leave it at that, and I'll see you next meeting night.
Done? We're done. Okay, we've got 7 consent agenda items. Anybody need to pull any of those? If not, look for a motion to approve the 7 items on consent. Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
I'll second, sorry.
second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, piggyback, Richard.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So the purpose of this agenda item is to ask you to approve the piggyback contract with ZHA so they can assist the city with the moving forward to the next phase of design and construction of the public safety facility. You'll recall last spring, a spatial needs assessment and a feasibility study was done. And now this is, again, moving on to the next step. This public safety facility is a very large, complex, and expensive project, and staff recommends having ZHA serve as the city's representative to guide us through all aspects of the project, make informed decisions based on their expert advice, and find opportunities to save money. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Rick Mellon, the President and CEO of ZHA.
Thank you, Richard. Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. I know you've got a lot of things on the agenda, so I'll be quick. Most of the information you're going to see up here you've already seen. But just to give you a little background from ZHA, we're now in our 41st year of it being business in, which one do you touch? Oh, there. Gotcha. And the only business that we have is we represent owners in developing and implementing their projects, primarily in the governmental sectors, cities, counties, airports, schools, military, those type of things. And we basically have expertise in everything from the beginning planning through the operations and closeout of projects. With that said, while we have architects and engineers, contractors on staff, we don't design or build anything. We just use our knowledges to help our owners go through the process. Just to give you an idea of a couple of projects locally that we've done that involve multiple stakeholders. Our City Hall just in Ocoee, we just finished. Stewart Public Safety Complex, which is very similar to what you're talking about doing, similar size, in fact. And then a municipal service complex for Lake Mary, which had fire and all other types of city services. So this is kind of our bread and butter, what we do all of the time. Just wanted to highlight real quickly, the Seminole Criminal Justice Center, which we completed a number of years ago, is a fairly similarly complex project like the one you're getting ready to take on, which includes a lot of different stakeholders with different ideas. We came into the project late. They'd already done the design. But when we looked at the contracts and all those, we determined that the fees and terms that they negotiated were not tenable. I mean, they were just not market driven. So we renegotiated the contracts and then oversaw the project through the end. And at the end, the the construction manager presented us a large change order that they wanted us to present to the county. And Andy Brooks, who's with me, he said, well, send that to me in a draft before you actually submit it, in which they did. And he reviewed it and came back to them about a week, 2 weeks later and said, here's the reason you're not going to do this, because every one of these things that you're asking for, you've already committed to in your contract. And they basically said, okay, you're right. We understand the process, and our whole role is to try and mitigate risks and manage the projects efficiently for our clients. This little graphic provides, it kind of shows our process of how we go from the beginning to end, and anywhere from beginning with the programming of a project all the way through maintenance and warranty. And we get involved in all aspects of this, and with some clients, we get involved in different areas where we get plugged in. In this case, you're at the very beginning, really. You've done a space needs study, it's very detailed. You've done a feasibility study. as well. The next step, which is the first step here, is to go back and develop a full-blown program from that from the space needs analysis. And with that program, you develop schedules, you develop budgets and estimates for the various components, all of the components, not just the design, not just the construction, but everything that goes into the building, so that you know what you are getting into before you even start. Because we use those budgets and schedules and the program scope to really set the table for managing the entire process. As we go through the next step, and what I put together a schedule which I've given to city manager that goes from where we are now to getting your first consultant on, which would be the architect and engineering firm. And we would do that for anybody that would need to be involved through the process, and there's always a number of different consultants involved. Once we have those entities on board, our job is to manage the design, manage the construction, and I've never put this really in writing, but we also manage the owners. The intent here is to get everybody to agree up front what we're trying to accomplish, go through the process of vetting all the details, and in a project like this, which takes a good bit of time to develop, there's always people coming up with other ideas, and our role is to make sure that we're looking back at the original goals and objectives, and if someone has an idea that would change those, I'm not saying don't change those, but that you need to change them consciously. And so it's our job to make sure you know that if you are making a change in the project, what the effects are, not just the budget and schedule, but your functional use. So that is our role. Just going around the horn there's all the different things we do. I'm more than happy to talk about any one of them. I know one question that came up is, what does it cost for someone like a firm like ourselves? And of a project of this size, it's typically between 2% and 3% of the project. And typically, we will save at least that much in our efforts. So I will just show you a few other projects here locally that you probably have seen as you go around, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, just comments. We met Tuesday with Robert, but having the portfolio and the background and the work that you've done and the history that you've had. Again, I come from the technology kind of project management space, so 2 to 3% is well below what we would typically see from a project management perspective in terms of technology projects. So I don't know what it is in terms of construction, but 2 to 3% seems reasonable, and especially if you have that track record of getting that cost savings equivalent to that number as well. So just thank you for the
Certainly.
time.
Any other questions?
No, but just to kind of let the public know that we each individually did meet with ZHA, and we did discuss some of the kind of our needs and what we were to expect with this new city building. So if you could kind of just touch up on that a little bit, where, how the process is that, from what I understood, is that you will first get an input from the staff as to what their needs are, and figure out, I guess, the footprint that we want to build the building with, and just some of the things that will happen along the course, and then you will update us as you get some of the information.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the very first thing, as you just said, is us getting with the staff. And we've met with staff a couple times already. Quite honestly, I'm very looking forward to working with them, because they're very engaged and want to create a good facility. But we take the information that's already been done, confirm it with the individuals that are provided some of that, or maybe weren't around to provide that, and then start to overlay that with things that haven't been discussed, was who relates to whom and how. So it's one thing to have a bag full of puzzle pieces, but how do they go together so that they fit? So we worked through that initially in bringing all the various departments together. And then once we're done with that, then we'll develop what we understand that program to be in terms of, right now you have roughly 95,000 square feet was programmed. Is that higher or lower than that? And if it's higher or lower, why? And obviously, we're always looking for efficiencies of putting those different things together. But while in many buildings, there's certain things that you can easily share, in a fire and police, we find sometimes it's hard for those to share because they have very different needs for what looks like to be a similar use. Once we get all that done, and we go through the process of saying, okay, let's develop a more detailed budget and come back and present that as well as the schedule. In terms of reporting to the council here, we're happy to report at any stage you want. Typically, on this type of phase, we would come back at the end of the programming period and say, this is what we see it to be, this is what we see it to cost, and get reaction. From that, we then let out the architectural engineering RFQ, get those back, give them direction, get them to the next phase, again, which is kind of more of a conceptual drawing further, and come back and say, okay, here it is again. Once then during the design process, it's a matter of there's phased components. There's your conceptual, schematic, design, development, construction drawings. Definitely, we would come back at each one of those milestones, but in the earlier milestones, when they're making decisions that affect aesthetics, cost, and any other things that we're trying to tie down, we're going to come back and give a update and get input, more frequently. As you move into the construction, again, it's, not everything, there's not going to a lot happen on a week-to-week basis that you're going to want to know about, but certainly on a minimum, we typically would report back on a monthly basis.
Mr. Smith?
Well, being stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, I'm excited to see that we're bringing in experts in the field that has the expertise in the construction of this development, and that it's going to save us money from having change orders along the way, and that you're going to oversee this project from shovel to turnkey. And so I'm excited.
We are too.
Mr. Nesta?
No comment.
Good. Okay, thank you. All right, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to authorize the execution of the piggyback contract with ZHA for facility construction, consulting, and owner's representation of services.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, emergency designation for public services. Richard?
Good afternoon, Richard Earp again. Another presentation. This one is on the Clear Lake Alternative Water Supply Project. So city staff met with St. Johns River Water Management staff on January 11th, 2023. We discussed two potential alternatives to address the high lake levels in Clear Lake. And the alternative that's described in detail in this presentation is summarized here because it's the one that staff recommends. The alternative water supply, when we met with St. Johns River Water Management District, they let us know that it is not uncommon for homeowners associations to use stormwater ponds and even lakes to irrigate their community as an alternative water supply project. So this project would provide a long-term improved control of the lake levels in Clearwater Lake, with the approach being that this project would replace the supply of irrigation water from the city's reclaimed distribution network with irrigation provided from the lake water and Clear Lake itself. The project would include installation of irrigation pumps to serve both the Clear Lake Estates and Clear Lake Landing subdivisions. The city would continue to maintain the irrigation water meters, and we would bill for the usage of the water at the same rates that we do today. funding, the initial funding would come from the city's reclaimed water account. Since this project is an alternative water supply project, the initial implementation costs could be offset by utility bills over approximately 5 years. Just to recap a little bit here, the numbers in the middle of the slide, the water bills from these neighborhoods over the past 4 years, the cumulative total is about $517,000. That's over the 4 years from 2019 through 2022. That's an approximation of the funds the city receives from utility bills of about $129,000 a year. The $600,000 there on your slide, that's the estimated startup cost for the design, permitting, and construction of the pump stations to serve both of those neighborhoods. So that over 5 years, the approximate utility bill collections would be about $650,000, and thus offsetting the initial cost of the $600,000 to design, permit, and construct those systems. I'll also note that this is an alternative water supply project, and by irrigating these subdivisions from the lake water, it would offset about 60 million gallons per year back into the city's available reclaimed water supply, thus reducing our need during times of droughts to supplement the city's reclaimed water supply. This next slide shows the two proposed pump stations in the left exhibit with the red circles and the yellow, red and yellow circles. Clear Lake Estates is north of Clear Lake, or on the upper part of that slide. The proposed location is to the left of the entrance through the main gates in Clear Lake Estates. It's across the street from the lift station, which is on the other side, the north side of those private entry gates you have there along Wyndham Bay Place. I have been in contact with Mrs. Stephanie Mahoney. She's the management company that represents both Clear Lake Estates and Clear Lake Landings. The city attorney has provided an agreement with the previous developer. I spoke with him on the phone earlier this week or late last week. His name is Mr. Braxton Green. He didn't realize that he had not turned the parcels and the easements over to the homeowners association. And so the city attorney put together an easement for the current owner, which is Mr. Green, to give the city access and permission to go on the private parcels. Parcels D and G, those are the parcel where the playground is, and there's a higher area right behind the brick wall where the pump could be installed and the electrical panel installed. I also gave Mrs. Mahoney Mr. Braxton's contact information so she can work with and coordinate between Mr. Braxton and the homeowners association so that all of those parcels that should have been turned over back when the development was being, the construction of the homes was being closed out, they can coordinate the long-term transfer of those parcels to the homeowners association. In the left picture, in the left red circle with the yellow highlight, that is an area in the Clear Lake Landings subdivision. We would need, these easements are a lot more straightforward because the homeowners association, the developer actually turned all the parcels over to the homeowners association. So the city attorney had provided me with an easement so that the city could have access to parcels, parcels D and J, so the city would have the ability to access the area, install the pumps, the electrical panel, the intake into the lake. And those two parcels are located in that circle there, and they are at the cul-de-sac of Natural Bridge Court. Now, I should mention, in both of these cases, the city can't proceed with installing pumps and going on private property until we have the easements from the homeowners association. With that said, I understand Clear Lake Landings let me know in an email that they thought I might have gotten ahead of myself a bit, but we're trying to move forward with the design and the acquisitions of the easements and the permitting all at the same time. So don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself, but we're trying to move 3 things forward to get this done as quickly as possible. So the recommended motion is to authorize the emergency designation of Ballinger Irrigation for the design, permitting, and construction of the project, and 1 year of routine maintenance for this alternative water supply irrigation pump stations that'll serve both Clear Lake Estates and Clear Lake Landings for a total of $600,000. I'm sorry, I read that, I didn't switch, but I just read that top bullet. Sorry for not getting to that. The second recommended motion is to authorize the city administrator to negotiate access easements from Clear Lake Estates and Clear Lake Landings, which again will give the city access to access, construct, operate, and maintain this alternative water supply system. And then the last bullet there is a note that approval of this item requires a budget amendment to assign funds for these services, and that is on your agenda later in your agenda, Resolution 2023-2, and that is later on the City Council's agenda. So with that, I'll see if there's any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Nesta? No, wait till the council.
I don't have any right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Just a few. And I apologize to everybody that has a vested interest in this, that I did not make the last, I guess, workshop, we're calling it. I had a prior commitment, so I do apologize for not being here for that conversation. But one of the things I did hear as a result of that conversation was a couple different options, right? This one being one of them, but the other option being is an emergency permit through the St. John's Water Management District to get water immediately off that lake and flown through the same kind of egress that the Avion Point does west under 429 over through the wetlands of Lake Apopka area. So we talked through this on Tuesday. So I just want everybody to hear the same conversation that I got and talk through your thought process there about what the pros and cons of that option, what would be required for that to take place, and then I'll have my second question after you do that.
Okay. Yes, sir. So on January 11th, we also talked about that option with the St. John's River Water Management District. The actual permit is called an emergency field authorization. The idea would be to pump water out of Clear Lake and pump that water into the Lake Apopka North Shore restoration area. We talked with St. John's about that in detail. The first thing that they pointed out was that since this is a privately owned lake with private property owners, the 2 homeowners associations, and at least 1 private residence, that all of those folks that the homeowners association with their application would need to demonstrate that all of those surrounding property owners were all in agreement with lowering the lake level. I did mention the emergency field authorization would have to come from the homeowners association. That's because it's privately owned by the homeowners association. So either a combination of the property owners or one of the homeowners association would need to submit that emergency field authorization to the St. John's River Water Management District. It appeared to them that there were, with the proximity of the lake to the homes, that they could potentially, I don't want to speak for St. John's, but they thought it was possible to permit a reduction in the lake stage. That's the elevation of the lake. The water would drop down vertically 1 to 2 feet, and they would consider that in the permit application. They did make clear that the maximum pumping duration would be 90 days. And the estimated cost for the emergency pumping would be approximately $200,000. Because the pumping would only be allowed for 90 days, the maximum reduction in the water surface would be at most 1 to 2 feet. And of course, the estimated cost of the one-time pumping operation over 90 days would be $200,000. Staff doesn't recommend that one-time reduction of the lake level. And part of that reason is because when you pump the lake down, there's groundwater in the entire surrounding region around the lake. So when you're trying to pump the lake down, the groundwater in the area that's at essentially the same elevation of the lake or higher is all seeping into the lake. So there's no guarantee that pumping for 90 days would have even 1 to 2 feet of effect on the surface of the lake. So again, that's why this alternative wasn't recommended by staff.
Okay, so that gets us to that. I mean, who would have that best perspective? Is that city staff? Is that St. John's Water Management to say, hey, if we pump this out for 90 days, we would model that, because of the water table and the level that it's at, we would, if we pump 1 to 2 feet off, what that seepage and kind of invigoration of that water table would look like. Is that?
Well, and Commissioner, I
Because
wish I
again,
had.
it's a hypothesis, and I understand the hypothesis. It's just how do we get confidence that that would be reality? I mean, obviously within some level of margin of error. So I'll table that one. The second one was on the first sheet. It was a little, and forgive me for not saying it on Tuesday, but it was a little confusing when you just presented it here. So we did the kind of cost break analysis. That's not because we're expecting the resident to pay for that. It's because we monetize that surplus. Is why you're showing that break even? Because in the packet, and what I asked on Tuesday, right, was of that $600,000 expense, that's coming out of our reserves, and city is paying for that?
No, reclaim.
Well,
Well,
and
the
I
reclaim
don't want to
reserve.
put the finance manager on the spot. I mean, this is an engineer talking. I can go back here. I mean, the math that I see is that the people are going to continue to pay for the reclaimed water they use. We would collect more than the cost, more than the $600,000 to install and operate the pumps during a 5-year period. I guess from a financial standpoint, it's offset or break even isn't the right financial term.
Hold on, it may be whoever's appropriate to do it. So if we decide tonight to go this direction, the pumps are installed, and the idea being that water is being taken out now from Clear Lake for the purposes of irrigation. In effect, shutting off the impacted residents paying into reclaimed water. They wouldn't pay for that service anymore because the water is coming out of Clear Lake. Is that correct?
No. No.
Why would they pay for water coming out of Clear Lake?
Because we have the right to charge them for an alternative water source. And it's going to be metered.
Okay, sorry guys. Yeah, because
Yeah.
when I asked the question point blank on Tuesday, I said, where is this coming from? Is there expectation that residents are paying for this? And the question was, it's coming out of reserves.
It is coming out of reserves. The $600K is coming out of reserves. That is the budget amendment that's going to be before you tonight.
Right. But that's money coming out. There was no inflow discussion. I'm trying to see where that's at in our packet.
Commissioner, they will continue to pay the reclaim rates they're paying now, and that revenue will recover
Continue.
this,
But they're paying
covers
for
this
water
cost,
that's
because they
not-
won't pay for reclaim anymore. They'll pay for this service or this alternative source instead of reclaim water. So we still provide the water, we still meter it, we still charge the same amount. They just use this water from the lake instead of reclaimed water from our system. And that pays, over time, they will pay for this alternative water source that they use. So that we're paying for the city will own the pumps. We will pay for them and own the pumps as an alternative source.
Okay, I'll wait to hear from other commissioners. I just had one last question, and we talked about it again on Tuesday. One of the conditions of approval on another piece of business for Avion Point was their commitment to paying 80 to 90K, I forget what the actual number was,
80.
into this, and I don't see it on the pro forma here. So where do we stand on that?
I think we're still working with them to get the 80,000, and whatever, when we do get that, it will offset it. But currently, we don't have that 80K or an agreement for that 80K. That was a verbal.
I'll wait and make comment further until I hear from others.
Mr. Vasquez?
Well, when we went through this, I kind of understand what you're trying to do is that we will own the pumps. And it's going to cost us, or the city taxpayers, $600,000.
Yes.
but the residents will continue to pay a bill as if it was reclaimed, but in reality, they're getting alternate water source from their own lake. Correct. And then after about 5 years, it'll kind of even out, or we hope that by then the lake has dropped to a substantial amount where we can then turn back the reclaimed water to the residents. How is that gonna work? That was the only thing that I didn't understand.
That if they need to come and get the water from our reclaimed water versus the lake money, that's why they have the valve,
Right.
okay? They're gonna put on the pump in case, the lake becomes too low. They'll turn the valve and they'll start getting water from the city again, the city's reclaimed water.
What happens to the pumps?
They'll probably stay just in case this happens again.
So it just stays on the
Yeah.
property?
And we'll continue to maintain the pumps.
Okay. Well, I'll wait to hear now from the residents, whoever comes up, and I'll wait for the other commissioners and then the public comment to get the feedback.
Okay. Open for public comment? Come on. Sure.
Good evening. My name's Frank Campopiano, and I live at Clear Lake Landings. I understand all this stuff we're talking about. Last meeting we were at, we had engineers telling us that a lot of the problem why our lake is still coming up without rain is because it's pumping reclaimed water into the lake still. So this is going to solve the problem, pumping the water out of the lake, pumping it into our grass and back into the lake. That's the solution. Nobody remembers that the three gentlemen that were here the meeting before from Avian Point were saying they couldn't pump anymore, and they said the problem's the reclaimed water. A, you're not looking at that. B, go look in the lake now. There's oil in there. It's starting to get algae bloom because we don't have swales anymore. So this isn't a solution to that lake getting polluted either. You're not looking at that either. The lake is being polluted as we speak, and none of you are looking at that. I got a house that's literally 5 feet from the water right now. 5 feet from the water. So give it another 2-3 weeks there. It's going to start eroding the foundation. This is a serious problem. This isn't something that can wait 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. We've been complaining since 2017, and all we do is get excuses after excuse after excuse after excuse. So we're going to wait for it, the house to fall in the water first, and then we can call you and say maybe we have a more serious problem. So what's going to happen? We're left with a disaster in our backyards when you start pumping this down, and I don't see it going down because there's going to be water coming from everywhere still. There's still no solution. You still got 3 properties dumping water. You have a concrete overflow from the subdivision behind us that goes into our lake, and B, it's a spring-fed lake too, so it's always going to be feeding water. You don't see the springs popping up now because the lake has come up so much. When I first bought the house, you could sit there, you could watch the springs come up and down. It's spring-fed too, so it's being spring-fed that way. My biggest thing too is I shouldn't have to walk to the end of my yard. I'm starting to see algae bloom, grease in the water, because all the houses on the lake side of Clear Lake Landings all come downward. And what they do is when they come down off the driveway, they go to the sides of the house and they run down, and they used to sit in the swale. And then Mr. Sunshine would dry it up and we wouldn't get chemicals in our lake. This is the problem here on the news. They're talking about just that being done, that being done. You're all missing the problems. I live on that lake. I've lived there since the house has been built. I see it happening every day. I've lost half my yard. My neighbor's fence is like, the top is like that. And now we did a drone shot yesterday, literally 5 feet, and I sent it to Nick. He has it on an email. The house is literally 5 feet from going into the water. The foundation's starting to crack in the house. So we have a serious problem. So I think people need to start looking at this in a serious manner. We're not joking anymore. We want action from this city, and we want it now.
Come on.
Oh, there he is.
Could we get, could we get the picture started?
Venus,
Okay.
sit right down here. Venus.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Richard Withers. I live at 2436 Wyndham Bay Place in Clear Lakes Estates. I've lived there with my wife since 2008. Those of you who were here on the 4th heard me relate the history that we have encountered there. Okay. these are a series of a movie that was taken by my next door neighbor, Gregory Griffith. And what you're seeing is the progression of what has happened. See that little park that's in the back there, the little gazebo? Well, it's underwater now up to the benches that are there. The sidewalks are almost all underwater. It is really a terrible scene. You see these dead trees? All over the lakefront and in the park, we have dead trees, oak trees that have been drowned, essentially. You will see, you don't see it, but we had a giant oak tree that must have been 70 feet tall that died from drinking too much water. And you see that tree in the middle of the picture that's fallen over. That is the tree that is right next to my property. This poor gentleman who's got the lake encroaching on his property, it's sad to see even from across the lake. We didn't cause this problem. We didn't create it. We didn't in any way contribute to it. But the city did. Because if you look across the lake where there used to be a deserted orange grove and some cows and a few oak trees, what you see now is a sea of rooftops. And when the water hits, there you go, see that? It's dramatic. When the water hits those rooftops, it isn't retained on the Clear Lake Landing site. It's coming into the lake, and you see where the lake is going. The city approved the plans to build all those houses over there. The city approved the drainage plan, the stormwater management system for Clear Lake Landings. And guess what? It's failed. Here's the evidence right before you. It's not going to solve the problem to give us a 5-year solution. I urge you to do two things. Number one, I urge you to not approve this designation. And number two, I request that you, and my neighbors join in this, we request that you instruct the mayor and the administration to, look at that, come up with a funding plan for any type of solution that they propose. And frankly, Mr. Becker, the solution you were talking about pumping the water under 429 and into Lake Apopka, hey, we'd be glad to go up there and twist some arms with the St. John's River Water Management District because they are overlooking an obvious solution. And the obvious solution is to pump this excess water out of the lake and into Lake Apopka. You see this fence here? Well, on the other side of the fence is a parapet wall that's about a third covered with water now. What does this mean? Does this mean sit down and shut up?
Just 4 minutes. You got your 4 minutes.
We've never heard anybody say it as eloquently as that before.
Okay. Well, I've been a lawyer for 50 years. I've seen a lot of strange stuff. This is right up on the top of the list. And I urge you to take a more reasoned approach and one that won't cost us. We didn't create the problem. The city created it. The city approved stuff it shouldn't approve. It approved a water management plan that was obviously ineffective, stormwater management plan. And what we want to see is the city step up to the plate and say, yeah, we screwed up and we're gonna fix it. Any questions for me?
No, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Happy New Year's. We made it. Can I have everybody at Clear Lake Estate, Clear Lake Landings, just to say 6 years? 6 years. That's how long I've been fighting this.
6 long years. I've been talking to you, Mr. Mayor, about excuse me. I'm Venus Griffith, and I'm in Clear Lake Estate subdivision. I'm so sorry. But I've been fighting this for 6 years. The fight is over. We need something done now. Not one person should lose their house. Not one person should lose property. Not one person should lose sleep because of your wrongdoings. We need it fixed. We need it fixed like yesterday. Don't give me any numbers and telling us that we have to pay for it. We need emergency fixing now. If it's y'all have pumps. Why are you making us pay for pumps? The city have pumps. I don't understand it.
We're not making you pay for pumps.
Excuse me?
We're not making you pay for pumps.
But Mr. Dennis was here. He gave us a fix. Why aren't you doing anything about this? I have a grandson, 6 years old, came to my house today. He goes to a private school, came to my house and said, Grandma, let's go and play at the park. What is wrong with the park? Why can't I play at the park? I said, I'm sorry, Jaden. The city messed up. He said, why did the city mess up? Because they playing in sandbox and doing Crayola things. Y'all not taking this seriously. That, like my neighbor's saying, you're really not taking this seriously. And I come out here every 2 weeks. I call, I beg, I plead. That's enough. Because you know what? If we don't get no justice, you guys don't get no peace.
Remember, Mayor, I'm here to help. Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. I remember the last city council meeting we was at when I said, do we have a consultant when we are having these developers come in and they do their pitch? Are we equipped to catch things that may be missed so we don't have another incident like Clear Lake? And you said we have a consultant. Did that consultant sign off on this project? So when I tell you procedures matters, principle matters, if you really listen to what I'm telling you, I'm here to help. Those things matter. And I think if we get a consultant, so everybody be abreast and they can bounce things off when the developers come here, not to say the developers are coming here to be crooked, but clearly we have a problem with the procedures that was done in Clear Lake. And so accountability is not pointing the finger, it's finding out what went wrong so we can be better prepared in the future and make the corrective action so it don't happen again. So again, I'm gonna request that, hey, look, when these developers come to talk to everybody on the panel, we need a consultant that we can interpret what they're really saying, especially when we don't have the background or the expertise to make those decisions, and we can close out a project just like that and think nothing of it. So please reconsider getting a consultant so everybody will be abreast when the developers come here to build in the city of Apopka.
I just want to warn you guys that, you know, you got what it is, March winds and April showers, right? Everybody talking about how the water is running through the springs. I live in Mount Helen. That's right across the street. We pretty much safe because we kind of on a hill, like. But what's going to happen is this. What about all this money that you guys just paid for Camp Weewa? When these April showers come in, when that water cross Binion Road and start going right over the crust, it's just about there now. All we got to do is get us about a good 3-4 day. Yeah, it's there now. But just a few more rainy days, a few more rainy days, it's gonna be in Camp Weewaa.
Good evening, Brett Wilkerson, President, Clear Lake Estates HOA, or Clear Lake Landing HOA, sorry. I want to kind of touch more on the financial aspect of this whole project. Because from what I'm hearing is the city is going to front $600,000 to build the pump stations, and they're going to tie them into the existing pipes, and the meters are going to continue to spin, and our residents are going to continue to pay the exact same amount that they would pay if this was actually treated water. We've heard nothing about whether this water's been tested, what kind of filtration this water is going to go through before it's put into our lawns. Is it going to potentially create any other hazards for children, pets, residents, anybody else in the area? None of that's been discussed. But we're going to pay the exact same rate that a homeowner that has filtered water, that has all of these contaminants, would pay to have all that taken out. Why would the city not take this water, put it through the reclaim system? Why would the city turn this into a profit for the city, more or less an investment? I mean, your own slide says that over 3 years, you made $517,000 from the residents of these communities. It's going to cost $600,000. So you're going to be profitable on this in less than 5 years. And you're going to make money off of a problem that the city created by allowing the development out there. And the solution is for our homeowners to take a chance that this is going to fix it, still at their expense, at no reduced cost whatsoever, with no immediate relief whatsoever. We're not going to consider the pumping of the water out into Lake Apopka. We're just going to hope that the 1.6 feet that was proposed to us per year drop actually occurs, and to get this lake level down below flood stage in the next 4 years. Potentially get it back down to normal stage in the next 7 to 8 years. And yet, in less than 5 years, the city's going to make a profit off of this. And we have nothing from it. We have hopes. That's it. To me, from a financial standpoint, it's a win for the city and it's a loss for our residents. We're going to continue to pay the exact same amount of money, and you guys are going to reap the benefits from it while we just sit back and hope that it works. So I would agree. At this point, if there's not going to be a proposal for some kind of immediate relief or a cost reduction to this for our residents, I would say this needs to be 100% denied until somebody comes up with a plan that does not turn this into a profit for the city.
My name is Gregory Griffith. I'm at Clear Lake Estates, and yesterday the city did a test on the water. What's the result?
Don't know.
You don't know? Mr. Erb, do you know? The water was tested yesterday.
Do not have the results of the test.
When are they coming? The water was tested yesterday. You don't
It
know.
takes a week or 10 days.
About a week, 10 days? Okay, so we don't know what the toxicity of the water is. And we have otters and other animals swimming in that water now. I can go and look in my backyard any time of the day, and I've got ducks swimming and birds puking and dumping in the lake. So it's not the kind of thing I would want to drink. It certainly isn't the kind of thing that I would want to spray on my lawn without it being treated, as he just said. Would you?
You know what reclaimed water is, right?
Yeah, I know what reclaimed water. Are we dealing with reclaimed water?
No.
Are we dealing? Is it going to be reclaimed water? No. But I don't even know why you brought that up. Absolutely. Absolutely. It almost sounds to me, I mean, I'm not an accountant, but it almost sounds to me, I was saying in the back before, I'm walking across the street, I'm in the hatch marks, the light is green, and a car comes barreling down the road, hits me, knocks me into the hospital, And the driver is saying, oh, it's not my fault, it's your fault. I had nothing to do with it. I'm walking across the street. I'm in the crosswalk. But for some reason, oh, by the way, Robert, can you put a picture back up? I mean, that is the reason why we're talking about this. And all of a sudden, the guy that hit me said, well, I'll advance you the money, but you got to pay me back and keep on paying.
The one thing, we're not asking you to pay anything other than just a normal reclaimed water. You have got no responsibility. It's just, we're just changing the source of your water that irrigates your grass. I mean, just so everybody understands, nobody comes out of your,
Phosphorus, potash, nitrates, all that stuff's been washing in the lake for 5 years. You tell me it's cleaning itself, Mr. Earth? You tell me it's cleaning itself? I doubt it.
I doubt it.
Oil slicks. We got algae bloom. You guys look at any of that? No. I have to look at it every damn day, but you guys don't. You can all sit here and go home to where you're at. We have to deal with this crap every day.
And none of them have to smell it.
Yeah, we're angry for a reason. We want something done. That's why we're angry. This is ridiculous. Would you want to live in this? $500,000 home, sitting in this. Would anyone do it with the reason about it?
That's his home right there.
That's an old picture too.
Yep.
I was thinking yesterday, we're literally dead.
That's the beginning of December. It's a lot worse
The
now.
foundation's cracking, so if nothing's done in 4 months, I can guarantee you that house will be a sinkhole or wash right into the water. That's how close it is. It's not a joke, man. You're being serious. My neighbor next door, that's their fence.
That's right.
You see the top, and you know my neighbor. That's their fence.
Now, I know on January 5th, and I'm going to be finished, but January 5th, Nick Nestor did propose that we have an independent engineer look at this and make proposals. Has that been done? Is that going to be done? We want to make sure the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed. I mean, anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that? No, I don't, no. I work too hard, too damn hard, for too long. That's right.
So, Mr. Griffith, can we bring it back to council?
hang on, let's see, anybody else from
Hit it.
the public want to speak on this matter? Okay, all right, bring it back to the council.
That should not exist.
Yeah, I mean, again, we shouldn't have, obviously, us as elected officials are trying to be good
Oh, we
stewards
got
of
somebody
tax.
who'd like to speak.
I'm speaking right now.
Come on up, ma'am. You got something to say? Come on up.
Go ahead.
Come on up.
No,
Yeah, come on up.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize you wanted to speak. My apologies. Sorry.
I'm Karen Wilcox from Clear Lake Landings, 949 Bay Bridge Circle. I think the one thing that I guess I would like to recap is my understanding is that there used to be a drainage in Clear Lake itself that used to run off into another, I think it was Dry Lake, if I understand, into Mud Lake. And so my question has been, is there a reason that we cannot have something that would run off from Clear Lake on a permanent basis to keep it at a certain level like it was there before? And my understanding was that the city had removed that when they were leveling out the road in the past. Is that correct or incorrect? I'm seeing you shake your head no.
Yeah, I don't, we haven't had anybody to prove that there was ever a pipe underneath Binion Road to Mud Lake. So I believe it.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing that I did hear expressed that I wanted to just reiterate that I would certainly like to ask if it could be explored further was, could we look at having the water piped off and run into the part of the Apopka Lake that could absorb it? Because I do have concerns, as we're talking about, of repiping water out of a lake that's been sitting there and putting it back on our lawns. because of the concerns with some of the things we've talked about. You know, what is that going to be in our lawns? And don't want to create a hazard. So I appreciate if we could give additional consideration to the option of pumping water out of Clear Lake Landings into another area. That would be an ongoing option. Thank you.
Yeah, well, there won't, according to St. John's, there's not an ongoing, it's a 90-day, that's it, or as far as going to Lake Apopka or to the North Shore.
I think the question that I heard that they were saying a one-time pumping, and I'm not asking
Yes.
for that. I'm saying, is there an option? And if it, are you stating that it can only go one time to the Apopka Lake? And is there a reason that we can't look at that further?
That's what Richard, yes. I mean, that's what St. John's has told us, that they only give us a 90-day permit to pump from Clear Lake to the North Shore of Lake Apopka.
It's, okay.
Another 60 days or so to build it. 90 days, you have to remove everything after that. Can't leave nothing later.
Is this lake, is it Mud Lake? Is that the correct name?
Yes.
Is that dry at this point?
No, it's wet.
It's wet?
Very wet. Camp Weewa the Mud Lake is about, I'm gonna say 1/10 the size of Clear Lake, so even filling it up completely is not gonna resolve Clear
Okay.
Lake.
Is there an option to lower our lake and it go through reclaimed water and to be utilized in Apopka in a different way? Do you feel like that's something that could be looked at?
We cannot use the reclaimed water from the lake. Pumping out of the lake has to be used within your neighborhoods. Stormwater, just like we've got, there are stormwater ponds at Rock Springs Ridge that can be used on Rock Springs Ridge properties, but not anywhere else. So, is that right, Richard? It has to stay within that basin. So the only people that can use the water from Clear Lake are Clear Lake residents.
Is there an option for it to become filtered or cleaned before it would be put back into our land? Is that an option?
We're getting a sample to see what the water looks like. I mean, we've got to have, we've got standards we have to meet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sure, come on down, come on. I need you to come on down and get in front of the mic, please, ma'am.
Can we have a proposal, a fair proposal? Because this is not Clear Lake and Clear Landing's problem only. I noticed that you guys exclude the Luss. They are part of the lake as well. So you always exclude them for some reason. Why is that?
We didn't exclude them.
They're not in the proposal. Could anybody tell me why? Is that happening? Because you're saying Clear Lake Estates.
I bet you
and
because
Clear Lake-
they probably have a pump coming out of the lake already.
Who's pumping?
The Luss, probably.
Well, did they get a permit?
I don't know.
Well, can somebody find, they are part of that lake.
I understand that.
That's, we all in it. So this is, something is wrong with this if they are pumping it already. Where are they pumping it to?
On their grass.
Pardon me?
On their grass.
On their grass?
Yes.
No, I'm talking about, you have a proposal for Clear Lake Estate and Clear Lake Landings.
Correct.
The Luss is right there in the
Correct.
middle of everything.
Correct.
Why aren't they included in the proposal?
Because they don't need the water.
They don't need the water?
No.
They own a certain section of Clear Lake.
I don't understand the question.
Am I?
The problem started when they came, that's when it got worse because so much ran down from the construction into the lake. That's when it got out of control, when those houses were added. Because you had the
What?
Are we talking about the same thing?
No,
You're
Luss
talking
are
about Avion Point, correct? Yeah, okay.
Oh, Avion Point. No, the Luss lived in a house on Binion Road.
Correct.
And they are not included in the proposal in paying for pumps. Pardon me?
Oh, that's where you get your money from? Is that
I
what
don't know what,
they're talking about? What? I'm trying to understand this. You know, I'm really trying to understand it because it just seems unfair, what's going on here.
now on one hand, you're complaining because Avian Point. Well, if you complain about Avian Point, then I would think the Lust would want to complain about y'all. I mean, they were there 60 years ago.
I understand.
So, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I understand. I understand, but I thought that they should be involved in paying for pumps.
Nobody's paying for anything. All you're doing is paying for reclaimed water, just like it'd come from our plant on Cleveland. That's all you're paying for. Nothing changes. You get the same bill. You got the same reclaimed water meter at each house. You get the same. Everything will be exactly the same, other than the water you get for your reclaim for your grass will come from the lake.
What is the short-term solution?
Well, that drops. Where it's 60 million gallons a year is what that will reduce going onto the yards, which will help reduce the lake level.
Well, are you still dumping water from Altamont Springs into Clear Lake?
No, we never have.
You stopped doing that, right?
We never have.
No, the guy was saying that 3 engineers with the 3 subdivisions around that, their reclaimed water's running into the lake.
Yes.
And I was also told too
Okay.
that they're not supposed to put stormwater into a spring-fed lake.
Right.
Yet they approved on the Avian Point side a concrete overflow that comes over the side.
Correct.
So when those drainage ditches they made all around that covers that, during the hurricane, all that stuff came over the side.
Right, and they've been shut down until they fix
It's
that
still
retention.
there. I mean, I drove by there, it's still there. They haven't done that. It's still a concrete
Yeah.
thing that goes over.
Well, no, the spillway will be there, but it has to be a dry pond. It has to be able to recover in 72 hours.
So basically it's the same thing, so we're talking about toxicity coming off our grasses too, so then basically anything that comes off the roads on their side, grass is gonna come over that spill over into our lake then, so then we'll have another lake, Apopka. I'm done, I guess you guys can.
Can we?
When are we
can
gonna come
can
back?
Can we bring this back to council? I don't mind to cut you off, but I
No,
would love to be able
when
to
are we
talk.
gonna come back and try to resolve it again?
Yeah.
Okay,
When can we come back?
Commissioner Becker, what would you like?
Could I make one?
No, you've
Yes,
already
can I make
talked.
one
You've already
statement
talked.
before?
No,
We had an engineer come, I think it was our engineer. They got with us and they said it would take, if I'm not mistaken, they would say it would take 7 hurricanes before the homes flood out. Now look where we at today. 6 years we've been fighting this. When we make the request to bring an independent engineer in to take a look at it, sometime when you sitting there, and this is from experience, Mayor, you're trying to figure something out and you just can't get it. Sometimes it takes another set of eyes to look at something that maybe you have missed. It's no shame in that. That's putting your best foot forward for the community there. We should be exhausting all means to clear these problems up. And if you bring an independent counsel, what are you afraid of? Bring somebody else in to take a look at it. You may be able to find a solution. It's just that simple, and it's not complicated. Thank you.
Mr. Becker?
And first of all, in all fairness to staff on the meeting on Tuesday, and I was straight up. This is not easy. This is not an easy solution or an easy issue to fix. So take that for what it's worth. But again, first of all, there's a couple deficiencies I see, right? Like the Avian Point is missing from this kind of agreement, and they're the ones who we stipulated that they're going to be monetarily expected to chip into this cost. I don't see on here anything around, is there like a sales and purchasing agreement of water? I mean, obviously we're monetizing water, their water, and charging them for it. I don't see that in here.
There's no. They're not paying for the water, the reclaimed system, which is existing today. That's what the bill goes to pay, is the already existing system. What is changing is the source of the water that runs through the system.
But we said, an irrigation system is not valuable if it doesn't have water that flows through it, right? So they're, in effect, we say that we're hamstrung in terms of expending city dollars to fix this issue, and it is an emergency issue. The gentleman that just left the council chambers, his house is in jeopardy. I know that from a textbook definition we talked on Tuesday about it not being at a certain level, but come on, I mean, we all saw those pictures. I mean, foundationally, stuff is going to get underneath there, and it's going to cause an issue. So it's a taxpayer issue in the sense that there's a whole bunch of taxpayers in the three neighborhoods here, even though the lake itself is private. So, and I'm thinking out loud here, but the emergency getting off, I understand the staff concerns about the water table kind of reintroducing water in after you've taken water off, but how are we not at an emergency state at this point? I mean, the water is not really coming down in a material manner. I know what I was getting ready to say before I rudely interrupted you to come up here for public comment, so I apologize that again, is, you know, there shouldn't be pride of authorship or ownership of some of these development properties that came online before we were up here on this council. At the end of the day, it's our job to fix an issue. And the only compelling evidence I've seen visually, me personally, is aerial shots of before Clear Lake Landings was built, during construction, and after the fact. And I think this is the 6-year period that keeps on being introduced during these proceedings. But the perimeter, the water, I'm going to use non-terms here, but the water level itself steadily went up. Now, I've asked the powers that be to say, okay, then combine that with what water tables were, what historic rain rates were, what were the reclaimed water usage during that time, to see if that holds water to the first meeting that we had with St. John's Water Management District, where they talked to all the causes of these things. But I guess too that and the gentleman, I forget your name, I'm sorry. Brett. What Brett had brought up, and from what I heard from council, you know, is that fact, and what statute or law or ordinance would preclude us from taking an option where we do have a very permanent fix to this thing, i.e. taking water off of there either to a storage, offsite storage, or into our irrigation or our reclaimed water system. So we said that's not legal. What law precludes us from doing something like that or exploring that as an option? Richard, come on.
Which one of us you drew? And clarify the question, because
if you take away there's a couple options on the table here, right? First of which, logic would tell you to get water immediately off the lake. The emergency option of taking it off the lake through the system, through the emergency permit, through the St. John's Water Management District, under 429 to get it just off the lake. Yeah, there's risk there that the water table might fill the lake up to a certain degree, maybe not to the level that it's at now, putting homes in peril, but it gets it off the lake. There's an expense that I get it. Let's not talk expense yet. Then you get to a level that everybody feels, okay, they don't have to come to city council to say, okay, I still have concerns. But even then, the tertiary or the secondary part of that is to install these pumps, right? With the idea that water is going to be taken out of the same water pool, put on property, with the hopes that more water evaporates before it goes through the water table to refill the lake, right? And there's a let's hope this works kind of thing, and that's the payback period. Okay, get that. What if something similar again happens and there's only a number of times where we're doing emergency water takeoff and things like this? Because again, I would have to see some pretty compelling evidence to show that irrigation usage is going to solve this problem on a long-term perspective. So that being aside, that's my understanding of kind of the first couple options. The second option that Brett brought up, or the couple options that Brett brought up earlier, is A, taking water out of Clear Lake and hooking that somehow into our wastewater system to convert that into reclaimed water, or an option of taking it off the lake and putting it into some sort of permanent storage capability. What would that entail? Either are we able to do it legally, and how much would it cost to store water like that so that we can kind of temper the issue?
Well, as a legal issue, it's not a question of it whether being illegal or legal. One of the important things to note that this is a private lake. So there is no proprietary interest on the part of the city. So the issue then is, and if this council deems it appropriate that they wish to move forward, is you have a private system right now. If you, one of the ways is you want to create a system to remove it and become a public system, then you become liable for its maintenance and its responsibility. As of right now, the legal jurisprudence in the state of Florida, this is a private lake. The permitting that was done for every development there, under the courts have ruled that is permitting, that is what's called discretionary, and there is no liability on the part of the city for any incidences or damages caused by its permitting. The city has sovereign immunity from that matter. The waiver of sovereign immunity is if the city becomes an operator. So at that point, then it's just simply a question. It's not a question of legality or illegality. It's a question of, is it the city's policy, and you take it into consideration and you vote upon it, to assume liability and risk by becoming an operator and not just the permittor. Because under Florida law, as a local government, our approvals of permits do not serve as a guarantee that the system will work. If that were the case, every city in the state of Florida would be bankrupt because they'd be subject to litigation. So it's not a question of legal or illegal. It's just, if you deem it proper and you want to assume their liability, that's your prerogative.
No, I get it. The gentleman had made a remark, the mayor had said that that's not, we can't legally do that. So it's not a matter of law, it's a matter of we're setting ourselves up for this, whatever you just described, right?
Right. And
because if we do it without complete ownership of the lake. Guys, we have to solve the problem because it's not going to go away.
Yeah,
we can't continue to have these meetings like this.
And there was just also the question of just who is the, there's just also the question of who is the proper permittee in the eyes for going to the water management district to effectuate whatever fixes there are. And because we don't have an ownership interest at all in any of the properties, that if the fix can be done, we would facilitate and assist the proper property owners to be the proper permittees to resolve the situation.
But I mean, it seems like the only, like if this were to remain a solely private matter, right? If Clear Lake Landings, Avion Point, and Clear Lake Estates said, okay, we're going to handle this by ourselves. The only thing that they could technically do feasibly is this irrigation thing. And again, I'm skeptical because there's been a lot of different numbers thrown out about what the true benefit of that would be in the hyper short term, which is of my utmost concern. And then the long term, because again, it's not just private interests that are at risk here. There's other public infrastructure that could be impacted long term. And again, if you go all the way to the east side of that property, up by where the playground was shown on that video, obviously there's a retention wall or retainer wall that is on the boundary of Binion Road. So, there's public interest in getting this done too. So, again, I'm not an attorney, but I don't think that this is fully buttoned up in terms of all the right people that are on that lake are part of this recommended motion, nor that. To me, there should be some sort of agreement from the people that we are going into agreement for already before we vote on this to say that they're agreeing to pay for their own private water.
They're not paying, they're just
They're
paying
paying
to
for their
reclaim
water.
They're paying for reclaimed water.
They're paying for water.
Right.
It's,
They're paying for it
you're
now.
saying, but you just said a second ago, we're testing the water. We don't know what it's like right now.
right.
And so the value proposition that people buy reclaimed water from us for is that it's been treated to a certain degree and they feel it's safe to put on their yard. Because else, if it doesn't get, if it doesn't go through that process, it ends up on a spray field to go down through the normal process. And so I disagree with the fact that this is not, they're paying for reclaimed water because they're not. They're paying for a service, but it's not one-to-one. I feel more lost than I am coming into this meeting on this topic, so I apologize.
Okay. Commissioner Velasquez? Oh, sir, we're closed. We're back to the.
Just have one question. How did that excess water get there?
Well, that's what we're talking about. Is 60 million gallons a year is what the two neighborhoods are putting onto your grasses every year. So if we take 60 million gallons a year out of Clear Lake, I don't care how much gets back to the lake, there's 60 million we're not putting in the lake, period. I don't care how you figure it, 60 million gallons is not going in your lake. Whether it recycles, whatever, 60 million gallons will not go into your lake. I don't know how it can be any more simple than that. 60 million gallons right now is coming from our Cleveland Street plant to irrigate your yards every year, 60 million gallons. That 60 million gallons will not come from Cleveland. That 60 million gallons will come from the pumps coming out of Clear Lake. It's 60 million, it's a foot and a half. And so let's just say that it's 75% of it still gets back to the lake. You're still down half a foot every year. And you're not adding the water, that 60 million gallons every year. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how it could be any more simple than that. If you're not adding 60 million gallons a year to the water, it's got to reduce the lake level. I don't know what. Richard Earp can't tell you what. Michael Rodriguez can't tell you what. St. John's Water Management can't tell you what it's going to drop your lake next year because we don't know what the rainfall is going to be. We don't know how much you're going to irrigate your grass. We know it will help, period. In the discussion, it will help. Maybe not as fast as you'd like, not as uniform as you'd like, but it will make a difference.
And Mayor, next time get with engineers who know what they're doing then, because your engineers signed off on it, your attorney's just gonna push it back on us, is all you guys are doing there. If you had proper engineers, the scrap wouldn't happen, you know that. You see proper issues coming down. I'm sure you live in a nice dry yard, Mayor. Have a good night, man.
So we can go get another engineer. We can go look at other options. But folks, this will make a difference. Maybe not as fast as you'd like, but it will make a difference in the lake levels of Clear Lake. I don't know how much more clear we can be. It's not going to cost you any more than it would cost if you were just on the reclaimed water coming from Cleveland.
Is there water?
It's contaminated.
It's forced upon us. You created the issue. You're not doing us a favor, sir. You're not doing us a favor. You created this issue in the first place.
The problem we got three problems with the lake. One is irrigation water that runs off into the lake. Two is that the retention ponds at both locations and avian points, so all three subdivisions have failing stormwater ponds, which are your responsibility and avian point's responsibility, and then just rainfall. I mean, those are the three things that have caused the lake level to rise. So, I mean, we can turn it down. I mean, I think I would take some solution over no solution, but okay.
Well, I mean, this is really easy for me because I haven't heard anybody that's impacted by this piece of business that wants us to approve this matter.
Okay.
So.
Well, so I don't want to leave tonight though and just say no.
Yeah.
And then we're at the same spot again. Like, we need to come up with something. I've said this at every single meeting that we've been at, every workshop that we've been at. We don't know anything about this. I'm not an engineer. I don't know anything about water tables. I don't know anything about that. So for us to be coming up with any type of idea, I think is poor leadership. I think what we need to do is bring in, like I said at the last meeting, an independent consultant that can tell us, because not only do we need to be pumping the water out, we need to see, to everyone's point, does water need to be treated? When the water's pumped out, is there going to be settling? Our house is going to start falling into the lake now because there's erosion. So there's a lot more into this than just getting the water out. Although that is the immediate issue, it's a long-term thing. There's a lot more into this. And again, none of us have specialties in that. Additionally, to kind of reference on the Avian Point side of the $80,000 that they agreed to, my thought was once we figure out the water issue, we can kind of divvy that up between both neighborhoods. and start doing the cleanup with those funds. That was my thought. There's a lot of tree work. There's going to be a lot of yard work, fences, things like that need to be taken care of, parks. That can go towards that. So that was my thought there to kind of fix once we get there. But it's a multifaceted issue that is going to take a lot of brains to do this. And I think us just spitballing is not the correct thing with people's homes. So again, if this isn't the solution, then I don't know where we go from here, but I don't want to just leave this and say, not this one, next, and wait another 2 to 3 months. It's a problem. And the water isn't going down. But at the same time, if we bring somebody specialty in, it still pushes us down.
months. It's
Yeah.
months.
So,
We're still kicking the
and I don't
can
know
down
if we
the
can
road.
then implement the 90-day solution just to at least do something, just to stop the bleeding in some capacity, bring that in, because that will help and it will do something. And then bring in that specialist at the same time, and then maybe still work towards bringing in these pumps. Is there any way to do once we figure out what's in the water, is there any way to add a filtration system or a treatment system to these pumps once we figure what that is? If there is anything in the water, and I'm sure we'll find something.
There are filters that they plan to put in pumps that typically when they suck water out of a retention pond or a lake, that they put filters on. It's not the first time it's been done. I don't know specifically what well, first of all, I don't have the water quality test results back, so I don't know what we would be trying to remove, and I don't know exactly what the filters remove other than particulates so the irrigation systems don't get clogged. So we're just not there yet with the filters.
I understand. So, and I've seen this I know like out of Lake Brantley, people irrigate their lawns directly from Lake Brantley individually. They all have separate pumps at each of their lawns and irrigate directly without any type of filtration other than just making sure seaweed doesn't or whatever doesn't get sucked up into it. So,
So why is this any different than Lake Brantley then?
I think there's not new construction on Lake Brantley. There's a lot of construction that's gone on. There's failed ponds that have gone on around this in almost every community around here, including Avian Point. That's a difference in the communities. Again, we can spitball this all day. I'm not the person to come up with the solution of this, though. We need to hire somebody that comes in, but I don't know if we do a short-term solution to this.
So is the contractor for these pumps, is he present tonight?
No.
No.
I mean, again, we're spinning our wheels here because, I mean, we've got the president of the HOA from Clear Lake Landings. Now, obviously, you don't speak for every single homeowner, but if you all represent a fairly good proxy of the people that live in these developments, I would think that it's going to be a pretty big time waste for staff to try and negotiate something that is clearly not acceptable at this point. So I think the only way is to get some sort of third party if that's the route that we want to go. And again, it's not to diminish the expertise of staff. It doesn't feel like it's going to completely solve the issue.
But at the same time, that pushes it down the road. I just don't like. So I agree, 100% agree. It's just it doesn't fix the issue. In a month, the water could get higher, and it's still affecting homes. So, I mean, if it were my home, and that's how I think about this, if it was my kids in that backyard or not backyard now, I would want it. Let's at least get it down a foot. Let's do something to stop it now. And in that same time, let's get an independent contractor in here to then evaluate it in its entirety to implement a long-term solution. That's what I would want, but I'm not a homeowner there.
But we go back to our responsibility. I mean, if without, we've got to get the retention ponds need to be cleaned. They need to be functioning properly, which we've got how many, at least 3 that aren't functioning properly, which are obviously the homeowner association's issues and not the city's. Obviously, Avian Point has to get their system up.
There's at least 2 in each subdivision that aren't working properly.
So two in each subdivision that have stormwater ponds that aren't working effectively now. So, I mean, that's
But didn't you also say that one of the homeowners, the developer, has never transferred the property, the retention ponds to the HOA? So is that developer in agreement with repairing those retention ponds before transferring them?
no, he's not gonna do it. I mean, I think that'll be a legal battle, and then where does that get us? I mean, folks, we're trying to come up with a solution that we can put into place in a short order, but
If we were taking the really pristine approach here that this is not our problem to solve, why are we even contemplating the business tonight? But I think the best use of time should have been like some sort of agreement from the parties here tonight for us to even vote on. I mean, it seems like nobody is in support of this from the impacted parties. So I'm just confused as to how we got to formal council consideration when the people that are impacted by the perceived benefit of this aren't on board. Like, can we just, we've got to do something. I mean, time is of the essence here, obviously, because there's issues here, and who knows what the rainy season is going to look like. But I would expect that there would have been a lot more work done so that this is more of a formality getting here than obviously turning into an hour and a half long conversation.
Can I have a few seconds of everybody's time to hopefully
Sure.
make a proposal that maybe somebody would want to do? Okay, so what I've heard is we have concerns about this being a private lake and the city being involved in it. So what would be the harm in the city footing the bill for the pumps, the city footing the bill for the installation of this, like what is being proposed? And then everything's handed off to the communities. The communities then maintain the pumps. The communities then pay for the operation of the pumps. There are pumps. That's the city's contribution then at that point to the resolution of the problem that has been created by permitting the communities to be allowed to be built without the consideration of how much water was going to be brought in. So from an HOA standpoint, we would pay for the electricity. We would pay for the ongoing maintenance of these pumps. Anything that needed to be done with them. Once the construction is completed, it would be between us and the engineering company or the installation company that installs those. So that would be our contribution to the cost of it, would be the ongoing maintenance of it. But asking us to turn this into a profit for the city, to me, is asinine. I mean, that's crazy that this is a problem that we're going to be asked to pay for. Our homeowners are all going to be asked to pay for in the water bills for something that they didn't create. So turn it into, the city contributes that. The city pays for those pumps, we maintain them. Then it's, the city's done with it. Once the installation's completed, it remains private. The communities all take care of it. What would be the issue with that?
Well, from the way I see it, the homeowners are gonna come up on the short end of the stick, because now you're willing to accept the maintenance of the pumps, but you're still going to pay the water bill.
No, we wouldn't. That's what I'm
they don't
proposing.
want to pay for the water.
We would not pay the water bill. The reclaim meters would be shut off. The reclaim piping system would be gifted to the communities. The pumps are installed. Our homeowners no longer pay anything for that water. At that point, then we can encourage them, if we have high lake levels, if we have hurricanes that come in, we can encourage them to use extra water if possible.
You still can't.
The same days they can. They don't have to run, right now, everybody does
Right,
everything
right.
they can to
It's 2
conserve
days a week
water
or
on
1 day
those
a week,
days.
yeah.
Because they don't want to have $300 and $400 water bills per month.
Right.
But if on the same days, they can run that system for 6 hours and pump extra water out in the case that we have a hurricane. You yourself talked about doing that at one of the sports facilities.
Right.
That whenever you knew you had a storm coming, run extra water on those days. We could do that. We could do that in the common areas. We pay a substantial amount for the water in those common areas right now that would cover the cost of what running these pumps are. So our homeowners wouldn't have to pay for it. The HOA would continue to pay the same amount that we pay right now for water for our common areas, except for we would maintain these pumps. That's the biggest difference.
Michael?
Now, if the question is that then it's what would be is the conversion of their currently the reclaimed water system, I guess in these two subdivisions is public, is the city's system. If the city, if we enter into an agreement with both homeowners associations, and we need to make sure that we have the correct legal entity that has the authority to enter into an agreement with the city. It's just my biggest concern is, at least with, I always forget that Clear Lake Estates is the one in the north, it isn't clear that the association has been completely turned over to the homeowner's control. When we get the correct entity, if we're looking at a conversion of the reclaim system to completely private operation, to be maintained and operated by the HOA, let the HOA charge whatever they want through part of their assessments for the costs of maintaining. It isn't just the pumps. It would actually also be all the piping and all of the system that was installed by the city. We've turned it over to them. I think that we would have to make sure the Water Management District signs off on it. And if it's going to be a completely private reclaimed system, then we would probably shut off the connections to the city's system. So there wouldn't, I don't know if that, I'd have to defer to the engineers whether we remove the switches, which would allow them to, if they need additional reclaimed water from the city's system, to switch and go on. If it's going to be a completely self-contained internal private system, then it will be a completely self-contained private system so that the water remains in the same basin and you don't have our water coming in from the outside. I mean, that is doable. We would have to enter into such an agreement to whether what would be, we would then analyze what are the costs to basically convey our system to the association, and then the association becomes 100% liable for its maintenance and its operation because it's no longer a public system. It is now a private system run, operated, and funded by the residents.
So what happens when the next neighborhood that's got high water levels comes to us with the same issue? Are we?
Well, I don't want to discuss precedents that are set.
Right.
But again, I'm advising you the same with what is the law in Florida, that
Right.
there's no liability
To the
for
city.
permitting. There's liabilities for operational
Right.
decisions that are made by the city. So, I mean, it depends. I mean, the answer to usually everything is it depends. We'll have to look at it in a case-by-case basis. But if that is a proposal, I mean, we have to examine it, make sure that the Water Management District is on board with that, and that we'll be basically disconnecting a approved subdivision from the city's reclaimed water system and having it be completely private. Then we can determine, well, what is actually the contribution? Is the city basically gifting them the reclaimed pumps for them to operate on their system? Or, I mean, that's something that we can then look at and agree as to what exactly is going to be the financial impacts of basically constructing this system for the private entity to then operate and manage.
I mean, me personally, I think, you bring reason to the conversation. You are the president of your HOA. Why can we not get all the presidents of the HOA together, see if this is mutually agreeable, and then if this seems like a viable solution for long-term under neighborhoods, then it becomes a legal conversation to see how can the deal be mapped out. That's when it comes back to council to get those particulars. I would assume.
Right. Once the agreement's drafted, you're just approving it for authorization to sign.
But having that negotiations to say, hey, because we heard concerns about water quality, okay, to chat through those, put those as part of the agreement if we need to. That way it removes our liability or what have you. And then, because these are the people that you need to, and I'm looking at you, Michael, I'm sorry. I keep on looking at you for whatever reason. But these are the people that we have to convince first before it comes back up to here.
I think just, legally, what was presented for your decision today is that the reclaim system as it exists, that's the only stakeholder that the city has because it's our system. It's our reclaimed pipes. It's a public system. So that's where the city has ownership and control at this point where there could be some action done on the part of the city because it's city property that you'll be acting on. If now we're looking at coming back and creating some type of an agreement where we're going to be conveying public property to a private entity for their operation and maintenance, we can definitely negotiate, and that's part of each association's negotiations with staff until we come to a mutually agreeable agreement that'll be executed by them and will be brought to you for your agreement and execution.
And then as part of that presentation, to the mayor's point, I'm assuming staff has probably some level of visibility onto how many lakes that this could potentially meet the same scenario, right? So we would have visibility to see how many more potential of these conversations we might have, but that's not kind of a priority at this point.
Right. No, but I would advise we take a long-term look, because each system that we cut off from our system, how that's going to impact our own reclaimed water system and the amount of water that we take in based on our agreements from Altamont. Where are we going to then create a capacity system in the overall system? Because as you begin to remove pieces from your overall system, now we have to analyze, and I have to defer to staff. I'm not an engineer. I went to law school, so I didn't have to do math. We would have to determine that what are going to be the impacts to our overall system by basically potentially removing other systems from the overall system. But that's the long-term view, and we'd have to look into that. But that's something we need to look into, because we don't want to have unintended consequences in the future because we looked short-term in one aspect and didn't look at the overall long-term impacts from a instant action.
My other concern is when you said that we would cut off the reclaim system and they would not be able to use our reclaimed water. In the event that there's a drought, and St. John's Water Management said they can only drop the lake so far, and now they're not able to irrigate their yards. What do we do?
That may be addressed in an agreement. It's a question. That's something we'd have to negotiate. Is there a question of, if there's a drought and they need to draw from our system, then we'll have to have some type of a financial agreement and arrangement, so that, hey, you need to now, if your residents want to irrigate, you're not allowed to draw from your own lake. Now you're going to have to purchase reclaimed water from the city to make up your shortfall that you would from what you're not able to. These are all things that would probably be negotiable.
I want to make sure we're looking at both sides of the coin.
Yeah, because if we get, that lake's that low, then what about everybody else? They've been steady customers of reclaimed water, and our ponds are getting low, and St. John says you can't pull any groundwater out. Do they get preferential treatment, having been on well water, or if you want to call it that, lake water for, is that fair to the folks that have been paying every month for reclaimed water from our system? I think you've either got to be all in or all out. Either we take control of the water supply, the reclaimed water supply, or we don't. We can't, I don't think we can guarantee any water supply based on, your lake going low, because if your lake is low, that means everybody else's lake is low, which means there's a whole lot of irrigation going on, and why should you be on the top of the list or on the list at all?
And understandably, obviously none of us here are engineers and can speak to that, but with that being a spring-fed lake, if that lake gets to the point to where it's so dry that we can't draw water out of it, more than likely you've already got restrictions on the reclaimed water system as it is. We're going to have water issues everywhere at that point. Clearly, our lake is rising, and we've had very little rain. So
it's groundwater, a lot of it.
If we're at that point, we've got bigger issues. It had been discussed previously that there would be a gate valve basically installed that we could switch back to the reclaim system if absolutely needed. But I don't even foresee that being a potential conversation, just based upon the fact that it's a spring-fed lake. If it dries up and we've got that many problems, we're the least of the concerns there.
I guess my only advice, it's all negotiable.
But I think that's the thing. And Commissioner Becker said the same thing. We're coming into this conversation, I had a pretty good understanding of it, and then coming out of this now, I'm more confused than before. So let's bring somebody in that is just third-party independent. That's what I would suggest, is just bring somebody else in that can confirm the water testing. And my concern too with let's say that we do, here's $600,000, no problem, city's done, we're good now. And in 3 years, you guys pump the lake dry, and now you're like, hey, can we hook back up to our water? And and we say, yeah, you guys got to give us whatever it is, $100,000, and you guys say, well, you guys let us pump it too far. There's just there's so many issues here that, again, bring somebody that's a specialist in this in some capacity that can give us a multifaceted answer to this. Again, if it were my house, I would want it pumped as quick as possible right now, and then bring in that specialist in that same time. In that 90-day period, I think we should have an answer from a specialist at that point and our consultant and be able to move forward, but it's up to you guys. Ms. Wilcox.
Yeah, I would, go ahead.
And then I guess that's what I did want to say is because knowing it's my neighbor down from my lake home whose home is close to falling in, I guess that is my interim request is could we look at, and I don't know how much you all said the one-time pumping, how much it would lower, but it does feel like we're in an emergency situation. And I appreciate the proposal. I really feel like there's been some listening that's gone on this evening. But it does feel like we need to find the results of the water testing. We don't know what's in our lake. To understand that, we need to have a consultant. We also need to lower it so that these people, it's not my home, but it's a neighbor's home that is feet away from water coming into their home. So it does feel like there needs to be an emergency measure as well.
Absolutely. And I think the point too, whether it's a private lake or not, we still all represent the residents. So I don't care if it's one person's home or whatever it may be, we still need to help in some capacity. So.
What I had stated was that
The mic.
The mic, because people at home can't hear you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that,
I'm
Rob.
sorry. I'm sorry. Karen from Clear Lake Landings. What I was stating is that my neighbor, some houses down from me, it's their home that's getting close to having water come in. And so I feel like I wanted to state, I appreciate that we want to bring in a consultant. We want to find out the water test results. Those all feel very wise, but in the meantime, it feels like we have an emergency measure that we need to lower the water in some methodology. And this one-time pumping, I don't know how much that would help, but it feels like something needs to occur as an emergency measure while we wait for some of these other factors. So that was what I was proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. And are we able to, because they're pumping in additional water every single day, or whatever watering days there are we able to limit that until this gets to resolution?
Just turn the water off.
But there's nothing on our end. I guess we couldn't.
Oh, we could cut their valve off.
Because that's our additional problem is that it's a closed basin. So we're pumping every day more water into that basin is why the water's not going down in any capacity. Every single day that we're watering those lawns and those community areas, it's bringing more water into the system that we don't need. So not pumping that water in right now would be helpful.
But if it don't irrigate, the lawns are gonna die.
I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, again, we're not going to solve it right here. Again, each homeowner that comes into these chambers, there's probably several homeowners that weren't able to make tonight. They may have completely different opinions that were what were publicly broadcast here this evening. So knowing that each one of these neighborhoods has an HOA board, I would suggest that each neighborhood work with their HOA board so that they have a consensus of their community. And you sit down at a table with staff at a round table, so it's all equal partnership, right? And you talk about what the different options are. Let's do some horse trading in terms of, okay, I want this, okay, we can't do that. Okay, let's come up to a solution. In parallel, a third party could then validate or insubstantiate, a point of thinking that might come as a result of having that conversation. But I think that's the best use of everybody's time, because the first order of defense from up here, knowing that it's not acceptable by the membership of the association, is through those HOA boards that are voted for that purpose. That's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Velasquez, got anything to add?
Oh, I do not. At this point, from what I see, from all the public comments, the residents don't want it, don't want this proposition that we're offering. They want the emergency permit to at least bring the lake down. And I think the big decision is the cost at this point for them. It's, we already told them 90 days, $200,000. And then they're asking us to bring a consultant in. We have to do something. But we know they don't want this. They don't want what we have right now. The HOA president has a suggestion, but it's one HOA president, and it's just the residents that are here. I believe what Commissioner Becker is saying is try and get the other HOA president on board and get a majority consensus from their residents.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here? You're from the other? Oh, okay. So you have the two HOA presidents here right now.
And we would want the third,
Is there a third?
Avion Point.
Oh, but Avion Point doesn't have any
They don't-
homes.
they don't
want-
They don't have any homes.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think it's probably best that we have the HOAs that are affected. I think when Avion Point was here, they did state that the road creates a barrier and it's a different basin. So we narrow it down to those that are involved in this basin that empty into this lake so that we get the right parties. Also, it's just one property owner. And the question is, if they don't use reclaimed water for irrigation, then it's kind of like they're out of a system. There's no system for them, and their impacts may be negligible because you're looking at one home instead of multiple homes.
Can we get an opinion on the Avion Point one? Because, I mean, why would they have stipulated a piece of business in these chambers if they are claiming that they don't have any sort of,
No, I'm not
impact on
claiming,
that?
no, I'm not claiming anything. I'm just trying to clarify who the right, because we've got one built-up association that's already done now. I mean, I make sure we get the right names, because we've got one subdivision that borders on this lake that appears to have already been
Oh,
built
I'm
up.
misinterpreting. Okay,
Yeah,
so.
that's
okay,
what I'm trying to
gotcha.
clarify. It's like, let's discuss who is actually being directly impacted. And that if there's a multi-party agreement where a private reclaim system is done, that it's the right folks, because I think on their prior one, I don't think that the other folks that are west of Avion Point, is it the name of the street? Or the folks that are west of Grand Avion Parkway, I don't know if they can pump out of Clear Lake to irrigate theirs, because it's a different basin. That's what I was trying to
Gotcha.
state.
Got it. Thank you.
So basically, the business item that we have before us.
We just need a motion to, I guess, to,
I mean, the item can either be voted or staff can withdraw the item from consideration and we just move forward.
Can you withdraw and negotiate further?
Well, we can withdraw the
With direct
item,
parties.
so therefore there'll be no action, and then we can, if you're giving us direction, if we're getting a consensus of the council that you wish to direct staff to try to negotiate kind of a 3 or 4 party agreement, then we'll proceed forward there. We could do that.
let me ask you this, what if we, how about, let me throw an idea at you. How about if we just charge you half the price for the water and just when we take it, we keep it? No, because we're already engaged. You're gonna have to go back. You have to you're gonna have to go to St. John's. You're gonna do all the permitting. We can have this thing up. You've got to go to Bollinger. And I'm just trying to throw a solution at you. If, everything we do, everything, and instead of whatever the rate is
It'll be
for
half rate.
reclaimed water, we charge it half rate. And we just,
I would agree with that. I think that's something that, I mean, if that's a proposal that the city wants to make, we can definitely take that back and, we've got a board meeting tomorrow night in our community. We can discuss that with the board members directly, with the residents, get their input on that.
because you don't want to manage the pump stations. You don't want to deal with St. John's. I mean, listen, I'm just trying to come up with something we can get done faster. If you guys go through the process, if we turn it all over to you, I can tell you it's going to be slower. I mean, you know, we've got everybody engaged, we've got all the moving parts moving in the right direction. But I'm not here to tell you to take the deal or not, but
What I would like to see in that, and I would like to see hard numbers for each of the communities, is, you know, everything basically put down in writing, what we're gonna be expected to pay, what the city's gonna be
it's
expected to do.
just half, whatever
moving
your
forward.
rate is for the water, it would be half. Everything else stays exactly the same.
I'm just talking about as far as maintenance goes, everything else.
Nothing,
we
you don't
need
pay
to see.
anything. Zero.
So the city's gonna maintain it
Yeah,
forever?
yeah,
We would have a utility easement on it in perpetuity.
yeah. We have to have the utilities, that's all that would change. I want an answer now. We're trying to, we got everybody moving the ship in the right direction.
We've got limited homeowners here. I mean,
I know.
I understand we need that answer now, but we're still talking about the homeowners funding this.
No, you
versus-
never were.
We are talking, I mean, the homeowners, like what was discussed before, you're talking about taking water that we don't know
Right.
what's gonna be in that water. It's gonna have to be cleaned up, whatever else, and putting that into our lawns. So our homeowners are still paying for that without that extra filtration being done. If that water was going straight into a reclaim facility and it was being treated the same as what reclaimed water is right now, there would be no question about it. It would be just, you guys do what you've got to do to drop the levels of the lake. But we're now taking it from a different source and putting it back into our lawns, and we don't know the
We'll have
answers to
that
any of that.
within 5 to 10 days.
Then I would say we probably need to wait 5 to 10 days to make sure that that's going to be a feasible.
Mayor, can I have a big question or a comment? Why don't we do this? Why don't we withdraw the item tonight? And let's sit down as soon as possible with all the players. I think there's 3 parties involved, the HOAs. Give them time to get consensus with your people, the HOA, and then come back with an agreement that we can all agree on at the next meeting, hopefully, so we don't delay too much more. Because
Could we even do another special meeting on this? I mean, just to keep this moving.
One thing, can we partially agree to pump now for our neighbor that's in a panic? That's what I mainly, I don't live on the lake, because I'm from Lake Wells, I know you do not live close to lakes. We have sinkholes in the malls and everywhere. So I'm Gina Walker, 740 Bay Bridge Circle, and I made the decision to stay far away from the lake. However, I panic passing there. Can we do something now for our neighbors? And then table the other things. I know the word of the day is liability. I'm a kindergarten teacher, I get it. However, for our hearts and minds to be clear, can we do something for them now? And work on the other stuff possibly later, after all the board members get together and make smart, calm, reasonable decisions.
And it's my understanding that the HOAs will have to apply for that special permit. Is that not what was said?
Yeah, I think it's, we would facilitate and assist them, but the permittee
No, I'm talking about for the
would be
pumping,
the
the emergency
associate,
pumping.
should be the associations to the water management district and not the city. Because it's not a city project, we're not taking ownership of the actual pumping project. The proper permittee should be the associations.
It would only be one association, correct? Whoever we have to put, why would it be in both, I guess?
However they
But it wouldn't be,
want
it would only be pumping to the west, which would be, and I don't, Clear Lake Landing's land that it would be on.
No, the pumping would have to be through. Remember, under Florida law, an upland owner is liable for any damages caused by flooding your lowland owner. Natural drainage is excluded, but if you actually artificially increase the drainage from an upland to the lowland owner can come after the upland owner for increasing flooding. So you're not going to, the district isn't going to necessarily allow the permitting for you to flood your neighbor's property. The drainage will have to work its way through the drainage systems to work its way out to Lake Apopka. You're not going to just dump the water on your neighbor.
Right, and well, that's not what I'm saying, is that the pump, why would, if we were saying that both HOAs have to be in it, wouldn't anybody that's within, we would have 4 different people that have to apply for that. Avian Point Community Association, Clear Lake Estates LLC, Clear Lake Landing Homeowner Association, and then Sandra,
That would be a matter between the associations and the water management district.
If you're talking about this being upstream, if the water's coming from Clearwater Lake, and going into Lake Apopka, would it not be Lake Apopka at the far end of that? And then that would be the wildlife drive area that would be owned by the city currently.
But that's what's still going to require the water management district to permit that off-site drainage.
And we've been working directly with Alan Baggett with St. John's Water
Right, so
Management.
that's-
He was
right.
here at the last meeting and said that any kind of permitting like that, we could get expedited.
Correct, and that's
So-
right, and it's just that the actual permit holder, I would advise that it not be the city. However, it's permitted between the associations, if the associations come into agreement, but it's a matter between the associations, property owners, and the water management district. And any facilitation we can assist, we probably can provide our expertise to assist, but the permit has to be held by one of the associations, all four associations.
Do they all have
That's
to
between-
agree to it though? So that's my question. Does Avian Point Community Association, Inc. have to agree to that as well?
That's not a matter for us to provide opinion. That's a matter between the associations and the water management district.
From my understanding, yes.
Well, and then two, Clearwater Lake or Clear Lake Estates LLC is not owned by the HOA, so it's that much more convoluted.
Correct.
Well, I think it's kind of one of those, there is an HOA, but I believe the HOA is still developer controlled. So
Right.
there is an HOA, there is an incorporated HOA. The actual single purpose entity, the Clear Lake Estates LLC, is actually an inactive Florida corporation. But the Clear Lake Estates Homeowners Association is an active corporation. And I think when examining the board of directors of that, I tend to believe that they're actually representatives of the developer. So it's still a developer-controlled association that hasn't been, I think, formally, and this is all
over.
conjecture based on what I'm getting from the property appraiser, hasn't been formally turned over to the owners pursuant to Chapter 720 Florida statute.
So we'd either need to get that turned over first, or it would have to be turned over first, or we would have to get the original developer to sign off?
No, that HOA does exist. So that HOA it's just developer controlled. It's not homeowner controlled. So the members of the board of directors of that HOA are representatives of the developer. It just hasn't been controlled to homeowner control. There is an HOA, it exists.
Right.
The homeowners aren't on the board. The developer is still on the board. So there's still an entity that can be the permittee. You can still negotiate.
And that's Mr. Green?
Oh, I don't recall the name off the top of my head.
Braxton Green? I know him pretty well. So that's interesting that he didn't turn that over yet or forgot to. So it's just, that's just another convoluted, this is such a multifaceted issue. It's crazy. So then what's the next steps, I guess, from there? If that's what we're trying to do as an emergency pump, not that it's going to be us, but we can help shepherd this as needed. It's not going to be in our name, but we make the calls or help out or be on the calls. So I guess the next step from here is having the city reach out to each HOA in some capacity to get a consensus and then move forward from there or bring it back to us. What's the next steps?
You want to, Michael, just withdraw this for
Well, the item can be
consideration?
withdrawn
Have-
from consideration, so
Okay.
there'll be no action
Okay.
today. And then now it's kind of two-pronged. The city will help facilitate, put the right folks
Yeah.
in contact with the water management district in order for them to proceed forward with the that permit to do the emergency pumping.
Yeah.
And then concurrently, we could work with all the parties to try to effectuate an agreement for transfer or privatization of the reclaimed water system. And then however long it takes to come up with such an agreement, we'll present it back to, and the parties all agree. Now, what we like to see is that have all the parties agree to the agreement, so everyone has already executed. We're the last signatory to the agreement.
Okay, good.
And I can reach out tomorrow to get started on that permit. I'll reach out to Alan directly for that.
All right. So I guess we'll just withdraw the motion or withdraw the business item and, which is the emergency designation for public services to procure the services of Ballinger Irrigation for design, permitting, construction, and 1 year of routine maintenance for alternative water supply. So we'll motion to do that.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nessa, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's just take a 5-minute break and we'll come back.
in the ladies' room. Oh, my God.
call back to order. Next item. Okay. Discussion relating to creation of an economic development department and position of economic development director.
Okay.
Commissioner Becker.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and apologize for those that are here for business purposes that are still having to wait for me to do my presentation, but I'll try and make it as brief as possible, 10 to 15 minute max, just to set that expectation. I don't know how much conversation this is going to lead to, but just to put that out there. And so what I wanted to do is, I talked about this back in December. I'm going to breeze through a couple slides that I presented back then just as a refresher, but have kind of the council's weigh in on this important topic, at least a topic that I think is important for the progress of our city. So the first slide that showed last December or in December was this first slide. And the purpose of this slide was just to show that, when we look at Apopka, we're a bit of an outlier in the sense that we don't have an economic development department or director by name, similar to what other cities are doing. And the purpose of this slide is not necessarily to show how these departments are funded or how they're staffed or organized. It's merely to say other cities find value here. And Apopka, hopefully through the course of this presentation, I'll prove the case that we should too. So the next slide talked about what my visions are, right? And it's for tonight, it's threefold. When you hear the presentation, it's to contemplate three different things tonight. First is the creation of an economic development department. Again, the creation of this department will set us up for long-term success. Even if we start small, it'll allow us to have the department for us to grow into as we grow as a city, which obviously is inevitable with how we're growing today. The creation of an economic development director role that would be ratified by this council. And then the funding of the newly created department with $200,000 from the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, which otherwise acronym SLFRF. And I say that, and two things of clarity that were discussed the last meeting on this topic. $200,000 is not for salary. It's not a base salary for an economic development director. It's the amount of money to fund that department. I would rely on Mr. Patton, hopefully to have some take on what economic development directors make within this particular area, and have some sort of range for that, but obviously below the $200,000 mark. The idea would be to have base salary and benefits, as well as money left over for certain things to get out in the community, whether that be conferences, external trade shows, plans for marketing plans, things like that. But the whole point of these coronavirus state and local funds is it's federal dollars, not direct taxpayer dollars from the city of Apopka for this purpose. But their whole pillar for the purposes of these funds is to build a strong, resilient, and equitable recovery by making investments that support long-term growth and opportunity. And I would argue that that's basically the role charter of an economic development department within any given city. So as I flip through the new slides, the new slides for this presentation, I would just ask, really have the lens of what if we do nothing? What if we don't make this investment? What if we don't use these dollars for this purpose? Think about how we operate today, the pace at which we have the types of establishments that we all kind of have in our head of what Apopka wants to look like, but just have that lens. So a lot of times when I say economic development, after council meetings like this, or if I post something on social media, there's a lot of kind of spirited debate about what economic development is. And so I wanted to very easily and succinctly put what the core tenets of economic development are, because you could look up many different definitions here and there, but I think at its most core, it's about attracting and growing businesses, creating and retaining jobs, and making our community a better place to live. Now, some could argue that, is it the role of government to attract and grow businesses? By definition, pure definition, probably not. But we have a very vested interest in what the commercial entities or industrial or these types of establishments that come to our city do for us, both from a resident satisfaction point of view, as well as a tax base that goes to help offset some of the burden in our general fund. Creating and retaining jobs, that's part and parcel with some of the business entities that come along down that path, but really it's making sure that our diverse community has diverse opportunities for jobs within our city. Again, when we did visioning back before, I think there was a great stat about how many people leave our city for the purposes of working every day. And so if we can alleviate some of that Naturally, that alleviates some burden on infrastructure, but it creates an inviting place for us to have opportunities for our residents. Making our community a better place to live. This one we hear a lot, and it's inclusive of the first 2 points, obviously, but beyond that, it's pretty subjective. But I think if, based off of my time at the doors during campaigns, during my conversation at HOA meetings, anytime I engage with residents, it's always about what are we doing to really deliver on this idea of having walkable, sociable gathering places within our city, that our first inclination is not to get in our car and travel 5, 10, 15 miles outside of our city. And so as we get into the next slide, part of this is when I say economic development, there's a lot of people that just immediately jump into, okay, we're only talking about restaurants. And so the next slide, I'm not just talking about restaurants, but we do have a lot of great restaurants here within the city of Apopka. I think Naughty Lobster probably,
They just left.
I think they bailed, but we have so many local eateries. We have a lot of locally owned, locally operated, a lot of larger brands that do a lot for our community. So I would encourage people that are looking at this that haven't heard of some of these restaurants to go and patronize them, go and visit these restaurants. But I think some of the people that might dispute the value of economic development and the idea of we already have restaurants and people should frequent those instead, it's not about these are the only ones. We're a town of 57,000 people and growing. This list is going to be, it should grow. But I encourage people to go visit these restaurants that you see on the page right now. But really the crux of it is, how do we benefit? The city of Apopka has expended dollars to the Orlando Economic Partnership for years. And this is their kind of top 6 reasons or benefits for having economic development within a particular city. First and foremost, job creation. So when we think about attracting restaurants, or if we think about attracting shopping outlets, an average sit-down restaurant of that size probably has 50 people that you would create jobs for. Big box retailers, you're probably looking at 300 jobs and plus. If we talk about some corporate interests, take Corvo, for example. Not only are you talking about volume of people that you create jobs for, but the price and the salary that those people stand to achieve is great for our residents. Industry diversification. Apopka has a great history of evolving industry, but it's really a waterfall. One industry closes as the next one opens. But really, industry diversification ensures that we have a broad mixture of industry within our city. That way, if one goes bad, there's other opportunity. The micro level, kind of example that I'll use for diversification is, our residents always talk about the fast food and the auto parts store or dollar stores. People get fatigued by high concentrations of any one particular business. A good economic developer is making sure that we have a broad mix and balance within those business community. From a macro level, when you talk about industry diversification, you think about towns up north that may be heavily steeped in the steel or coal industries. Through geopolitical factors, that could adversely affect that one industry, and that if they're so one industry centric, if that goes down, their community falls apart. Business retention, retention is multi-pronged. This is, where a partnership with organizations like the Apopka Area Chamber of Commerce would be a good partnership opportunity to make sure that once we get businesses here, that they continue to thrive through a network of other like businesses within the community. But also too, having someone on economic development at the city level ensures that if there's any infrastructure considerations, if there's any policy considerations that are preventing businesses from thriving in Apopka, that they're fully aware and they can always bring those back to council or to staff to make sure that we're always aware of the business community. Economy fortification. This is similar to industry diversification in terms of, economic development is going to help fortify our series of businesses here in terms of all market conditions. Ideally, you want to have a mixture of businesses that have equal parts those that thrive in up markets and equal parts those that thrive in down markets, because there are examples of both. And making sure that we're cognizant of that fact, because again, that ensures a steady tax-based revenue stream for us as a city. And then of course, quality of life. Quality of life means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, but at the end of the day, it's about having those moments close to home, or the gathering places that I talked about. And I always like, I've got feeble mind. I always like to turn these things into relatable kind of analogies. But if you look at these 6 steps, think about it when you have a job and you're doing retirement planning. Like point 1 would be how you generate income. Points 2 through 4 is how you plan for retirement. 5, i.e. tax revenue, would be the interest in the gains that you make off that retirement. And then 6 is you're enjoying the fruits of that labor, right? And it's the same thing with how we develop our community. We're making sure that people have the opportunity to have means. And then how do you want to make sure that they have that ability to retain those means over a long period of time? On the right-hand side of the page, and I know that we've talked about this Grow Apopka vision. I know it's done by the previous administration. I think Commissioner Velasquez was part of that as well. But the only reason why I highlight it is it's probably the most statistically relevant survey that we've done in the city of Apopka in quite some time, or at least during my memory. I think there was maybe 1,500 people that were part of that. And people say, well, that's just a small subset of our population, but it's the 1,500 people that really wanted to shape what Apopka looked like on a long term. And it was very well done. And, part of the people that had issues with how much we paid for it, and that's their prerogative. But yeah, it's money wasted if we don't enact on what's in it. And one of the pillars that's first and, front and center is the economic development pillar. The people that were surveyed within this community that provided that feedback put so much emphasis on economic development because they knew what they stood to achieve or to gain if we have this within the city of Apopka. Sorry, I'm hitting my cursor on my iPad and I'm not progressing. So first we have to look at what Apopka's current state is. And when I asked you a second ago, think about if we do nothing. Here's examples of, kind of the status quo. And again, I'm not making these comments to make a political statement or anything like that. These are just facts on a page. But we've got the old Albertsons location that's been dormant for 10 years. And Commissioner Nesta, I know that you said you had some conversations. Great. The point being is that if we have economic development with sole focus on these things, it's not you've got your day job, you've got this job. It's people that are constantly pounding that pavement, constantly following up with these folks. The corner of Lester and Rock Springs, we did the site planning approvals for that, I think nearly 4 years ago, and I could be mistaken, maybe it was 3, but quite some time. There's 2 pads, and these are hard to even see when you pass by it, but on the east side of town where we have the Hampton Inn and Holiday Inn Express, there's 2 pads out there that could be perfect locations for standalone restaurants. Have we had those conversations? The city center, it's been 6 years, there's no walkable amenities. Yes, there's the hotel, the Winn-Dixie going in, but from a walkable amenity, what the residents were promised hasn't come to fruition. Station Street District, no knock on the applicant that's in the room here, it's not built yet and there's no commercial plan for that particular property. The Connolly House, the 2021 State of the City, there was an announcement made that an outside interest was going to design and build this, but here we are a couple years later and it's just not coming to fruition. So here's what we have as a current footprint that shows you what we're getting without this purpose-built department that it's their sole focus to make sure that these things come to life. And so on the next slide, we've got over 6 million square feet of non-residential property approved, sitting dormant today, vacant land. And that 6 million square feet is just the first 3 squares that you see there. The Floridian Town Center, Kelly Park Crossings, and the Ridge. 6 million square feet in those 3 properties alone. Not to mention, we've got various 441 mixed-use developments, Kelly Park Interchange Crossing mixed-use developments, as well as other commercial standalone properties that are still in a vacant state. And so you kind of think to yourself, we've questioned and we've heard from applicants that stood at that lectern on many occasions where we say, oh, this is interesting, mixed use. Who do you have coming in? Who's the commercial? Who's the business? And a lot of times, I would say more often than not, it's not a knock on the applicant or developers, it's just we haven't lined that up yet. because there might be a sole focus on the residential first and then commercial after the fact, whatever the cause might be, but I've heard it enough times sitting on this dais that, and quite honestly, I've talked to applicants that are behind some of these large developments, and they seek that partnership with the city. And again, all fairness to the mayor, who does some of this economic development on behalf of us, and thank you, but you've got a city to run, and we're in turbulent times here, as evidence on the last piece of business. And that requires you as the CEO of our city to put sole focus on addressing some of these things that are outstanding. And so it just frees up your time. And to that end too, this isn't a critique of Mr. Hitt's role in terms of community development. I know that he likes to do some of the economic development front too, but if you just look at his department alone, he's got vacancies. All these pieces of property that you see on the page here are thousands of dwelling units that will need to be permitted, inspected, issued certificates of occupancy. He's got a huge workload within his department to be able to handle the full task of economic development solely. So it's not, and not to mention on top of that too, a comprehensive plan rewrite or an update that's coming down the pike of a city our size, as well as we're still awaiting some infrastructure master plans and things. There's a lot on his plate. So between the mayor, between our community development director, I know they're doing some of this, but we need to have sole focus on this particular area. So on the next page, it's really, Commissioner Nesta had asked, okay, how does it pay for itself? What are we getting? And so I would think it's the same way that our attorney, Mr. Rodriguez, would say that he'll never, commit to the outcome of a case. Don't hold me to decimal place positions here, but I think that this is a realistic and defensible way of looking at how this could conceivably pay for itself. First and foremost, it already pays for itself the first year. I'm suggesting using SLF-RF funds that are not currently allocated for any purpose. So the monies would be paid out of the coronavirus relief funds, like I said before, that directly anchor back to the use intended for that money. The first line item there that you have is improved land tax base. So that's 6 million square feet that I just showed you on the previous slide. All of that is vacant land. And so when you look, and I queried probably over 40 businesses within the city of Apopka. I went out and got their tax bill or tax payment to the city of Apopka over the last tax year. I normalized out the top 5 and the bottom 5 to have a more kind of pristine middle area. And I said, okay, what's their tax bill based off of their square foot? What's their amount that they pay per square foot of their property? Just to kind of get a consistent proxy across the board. When you did that, it's about anywhere from 11 to 13 cents per square foot in terms of improved property. When you look at unimproved property, it's anywhere from like 1 to 3 cents from the stuff that I saw. So you're talking 10 to 12 cents worth of increased tax base simply by improving these properties. So if you took that 6 million square feet and said, hey, I think my time horizon for full development is going to be over a 7-year period. I don't know if that's too aggressive, not aggressive enough. But if you use that as your kind of agreed upon timeline, every year that you accelerate through partnership, through working with developers to say, hey, what are you trying to get here? And let me leverage our joint networks to get the right businesses here based off of how I know residents want. Every year that you accelerate, it's $120,000 if you believe that math. Then you talk about increased property values. When you look at the median household value of homes within the city of Apopka, and that's just one proxy, granted, when you look at your property tax revenues for your general fund. But when you look at the median home values of owner-occupied property within the city of Apopka, we're about 2% lower than Mount Dora, 6% lower than Ocoee, 29% lower than Winter Garden. And so when cities start doing these economic development, making these press releases, making these announcements that actually come to fruition, it starts to build this confidence that the city is going in the right direction. Case in point, unsolicited, and I know that the mayor had put a Business Journal article up here a second ago before the meeting, But one of the reporters from the Orlando Business Journal said, hey, I see this item on the agenda tonight, what's going on with that? So even talking about something like this in this forum drums up interest from the larger business community to say, okay, wait a second, maybe they're gonna start doing something here. Then I look at secure title sponsorships. Well, to go back to that point. So we did a little over $20 million in property value tax in the last budget year from property taxes. So even a 1% bump related to some of these movements in terms of economic development would equate to about $200,000. And again, that's without raising the tax rate. That's natural attrition, or not attrition, appreciation for the values of your home and commercial properties through this program. Secure title sponsors, again, the symphony concerts, the pop concerts that we have every Christmas is a wonderful event, always well attended. It's premier. And this is not a knock on Radley or Mr. Williams. It's to say that this is a shared service. It's to make other departments succeed as well. I think it would be very easy for us to get a concert sponsorship, and that's almost 70, when we factor in 2 concerts per year, that's almost $70,000 worth of expense that the city is completely footing the bill on right now. There's Camp Weewa and other event opportunities there. You know, we could explore naming rights for Camp Weewa. We could explore naming rights for the Apopka Amphitheater. Other ways to bring in income to offset what I think is a sound investment for this purpose. All told, that equates to over $400,000. But if you just say, Kyle, you're bonkers, I don't believe this. If you have this in half to 200,000, again, that gets us back to what I'm suggesting spending this year on the next year. But I think I'm being very overly conservative in the higher dollar amount that I have listed there, because then when you factor in all the other benefits below, when you look at increased sales tax revenues, that's a little bit harder of math to be very clear about what the benefit is. Increased business tax receipt revenue. But I think what everybody in this room can relate to and those watching is, you know, from a resident perspective, quantifying the benefit to having some of these things closer to home. Think about how much gas and tolls you spend going outside of our city that if normally it would have that particular item within our city. You know, I looked at the map from City Hall to Plant Street, it's a little over 10 miles. From City Hall up to Mount Dora, it's a little over 13 miles. If you go to Altamont, it's about 8 miles. When you do round trip, it's a gallon of gas every time you do it, you know, on average. And then not to mention any tolls that you pay if you're going over to Winter Garden. So there's hard savings that residents can have through the benefits of economic development, a mature economic development practice. And then obviously the more time close to home due to short trip durations. Again, I know my girls like to go to Target, right? And so that's a commitment of time just to go to Target, right? So there's just a lot of benefit. I think from a hard charge or a hard dollar perspective, I think I can pretty much prove that, you know, getting this done will put that money back in the coffers and pay for itself. But the point being is, you know, yeah, I'm suggesting that this year is paid for. Next year, we should feel comfortable with these numbers to pay for the OpEx that becomes on the general fund the year after. But this isn't a encumbering of millions of dollars over 20 years. This is saying, why are we not coming up to the status quo and making these proper investments to benefit Mr. Benj, to benefit the Kelly Park crossings, to benefit the Ridge development, to benefit all these other places that residents want to see developed in a manner that they would want to go and frequent. So at the end of the day, you know, I use this tagline when I ran for office. I just think it's neat. It's a play on words, obviously, but imagine the Apopka abilities. We've just, I don't want us to be resigned to the fact of we're just going to keep the status quo. We've got to innovate. We've got to be more forward thinking. And it's really about a sustainable, resilient, and fun Apopka. Sustainable in the sense that, you know, this person would liaise very frequently and promote developer projects that ensure infrastructure and environment sustainability. Like I said on the benefit slide with the Orlando Economic Partnership, is find businesses that will stand the test of time and serve the best interest of Apopka. The resilient Apopka is more about, you know, creating opportunities for our residents in terms of job perspectives and making sure that that tax base is consistent year over year. And then what residents really want is a fun Apopka. Attract quality of life amenities that make Apopka a destination for our residents. And what I mean by that is, a nice meal to celebrate a family success, a date night on the town, special events, big and small, building critical mass to ensure success across all of our Apopka businesses. Because, to go back to that slide around restaurants, I don't see those restaurants seeing economic development as competition that they'll lose. It's, hey, more people will be in here, and I'm going to catch some of that kind of right along business as they come into our city. So I don't know if I kept it to 15 minutes. Hopefully I probably did not, but I just think that this is really important. And it's an investment that it's not one person suggesting it and they get the win. We make this investment and it's a team effort. All of us benefit up here. We all benefit. I don't see how the development community or our residents would attack us for needlessly spending tax dollars on this initiative. Because every dollar that we can secure or procure through this economic development is just alleviating a disproportionate tax burden that our residents pay, where these businesses can offset it. And so I think it's all a benefit to our taxpayers, our city, our long-term success, our relevancy. And I'll end on kind of a little, back when I first ran for office, we were doing the interviews to get endorsed by the Orlando Regional Realtors Association. And as I was waiting, because Commissioner Aerosmith got, the first round, because, he has seniority, I get that. But I was waiting in the lobby, and they have their book that they give to people, right? And you're thumbing through the book, and, it's highlighting the neighborhoods in Orlando. It's highlighting Winter Park. It's highlighting Winter Garden. And you're like, well, heck, where's Apopka? Apopka wasn't in there. And so it's always been my mission to make Apopka relevant in that sense. Like the mayor a few months back highlighted the fact that Naughty Lobster, I think, won second or third place in their Orlando Business Journal or whatever, or Orlando Weekly, one of the publications, talking about how they were the third best seafood restaurant in town. Great. But then you start looking at those surveys, and it's like a whole bunch of, oh, here's the best restaurants in Winter Garden. Here's the best restaurants in Winter Park. Then you're starting to think, okay, what's the best restaurant in Apopka? What's the best pub in Apopka? So it's that type of relevancy and just kind of proud nature of us as residents that I think this position could serve our residents very, very well. So with that, that's my presentation. I just think that, from a setting up of a department within our budget, the creation of that role, and funding it with money that we already have in our budget that's currently unallocated and for that purpose, I think is a pretty reasonable ask for us all to feel that it gets us on a right trajectory. So with that, I'll yield for questions.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Well, I know this is something that Commissioner Becker has been kind of working on, not just recently, but I know for years. And I do agree that we do need something that will just concentrate on how we want to grow. I think I made a statement not too long ago where I said, we're kind of building here, we're building there, we got mixed use here, we've got warehouses there, but we're not getting any businesses. And you are right. I mean, we've approved warehouses, mixed uses, and every time we ask, well, what are you bringing with it? And they're like, no, we're just gonna build it, and we have to figure out what we're gonna put in there afterwards. And of course, our city downtown has really kind of been stagnated. And I've been here before Kyle. And when we did that vision 2025, I remember going around the entire city, different neighborhoods. We didn't just do the survey in one place. I mean, we literally went to people and communities, and I think weeks on end, and people were really excited about how we were going to brand our Apopka and how we were going to grow our Apopka. And then it kind of got shelved. and that's where it's been. The only thing I want to say was when he made the presentation now, was that I wanted to be able to kind of go out now that I've got this from you, and to kind of go out and see other cities and kind of do my own research to see where their economic developer, the time frame that it took for them to grow their city. And one thing you did say was the 6,000, was it 6,000? 6 million. They're just empty lots. And I could remember, and I'm going to use this example, a few years ago when Self-Help Bank wanted to come in here, and they were looking for a standalone building to kind of just purchase and put a bank in. And I remember we drove through the entire city and there was nothing for them. And then they were looking at different parcels, and some parcels were millions of dollars, others was completely out of their reach. And where they're sitting at right now was a parcel owned by a private person who actually sold them that parcel, if I'm not mistaken, for $300,000. But then Self-Help had to create the standalone building. So that was a success because they really wanted to be in the city of Apopka and serve our community because they had a community to serve. But what I'm seeing in my time frame here is that everyone is taking advantage of the fact that we have so much open space, we have so much property and parcels. They're buying them, and then it's not being developed right away. They're planning, but it's all residential. It's like, I feel like we're just becoming a bedroom community. I mean, I see the mixed uses, but I'm not seeing the businesses come. I'm seeing more residents coming into the city. So at this point, I mean, it's a wonderful presentation. You've given me a lot of information. I know that this has been something that has been a passion for you. I believe that an economic director would help our community director, because you're right. I mean, you just outlined all the responsibilities that James Hitt has, and you're correct. Our mayor does go out, and he does try to encourage, developers to come in and businesses to come in, but it's like we don't have someone that's just going out there to really brand our city.
And that would be the role charter of this position. I mean, amongst other things that were in the presentation, I mean, that use case that you just said is this person would take people around our city to say, hey, have you thought about that location? Have you thought about here? It's that sort of partnership that comes along with that. And so, and again, the lack of commercial, and there's a multitude of reasons why commercials could sit dormant for a period of time, but that's the whole kind of gist of me introducing this economic development position, is to make sure that those things don't sit dormant for long periods of time. Because again, if we've done the approval of these projects, okay, that part of the business is done, but we're going to need things to be built on this property for us to do the infrastructure upgrades that are going to be required long term. So we have that tax base that's coming in to help us offset some of our general fund expenditures to make sure that we provide the infrastructure and services to service those mixed use, both residents and the people that patronize those businesses. So I do, what you just described as concerns, I think as being a direct responsibility for this particular position and team over time.
Commissioner Smith?
Well, when I was elected in 2018, for about 2 months, I took that booklet, Vision of 2025, and I read the booklet thoroughly and saw all of the plans that committee had suggested that would make Apopka a great place to live. And not only was it about economic development, but also the annexation of South Apopka was a part of that project as well, as something that needs to be done. And I don't have a problem with the economic Development Director, I just don't feel that we're ready for a full-time position at this time. And I say that as I attend the Florida League of Cities meetings and I talk to other commissioners and other economic development directors from other cities. They didn't start with the economic developer full-time initially. They start with a person part-time, and even one city said that that person reported directly to the mayor on a part-time position, and then as their city grew and it developed, then they developed a full-time position, then develop a department, because that person would need support staff as well. And so I feel that a part-time economic director would be something that would be beneficial to our city. And a lot of the things that you mentioned in your presentation, I feel are happening. And I've talked to businesses as well about coming to Apopka, because I feel that that's all of our responsibility. And some of them is because they say, well, you know, you need some more rooftops, or you have a good dinner crowd, but you don't have a good lunch crowd. And so there are various reasons, and they're waiting for that to take place. And so we can't force anybody to come, but we need to provide that opportunity. And I just don't think that having a full-time director at this time would be ideal. And then I'm also concerned about using non-recurring funds in order to fund a position in the middle of a budget year. We're probably 4 months away from starting to start talking about the budget year for the upcoming year. So maybe this is something that we can put on our forefront and look forward to funding in the upcoming year in a part-time position and move forward from there. We know that we are still having to fund the additional firefighters that we want to get our fire department in a position. So that's something we're going to consider in this upcoming budget as well. And not only the positions that we promised them, but as our city grow, they've indicated that we're going to need additional firefighters, you know, above what we talk about, and police. I'm going to leave them out. So I just think that we need to look at, in the upcoming budget year, how we can fund a part-time position.
Yeah, and I want to address some of the concerns. So, yeah, and I can appreciate the full-time versus part-time. I would just argue that we have full-time need. And so if we have full-time need, I think we need to have a full-time position. And I agree on the visioning document too. Like, there's a lot of stuff in there that needs to be considered for sure. But the funds, from a funding perspective, again, we've got $200,000 that are unallocated from those SLF-RF funds to be able to fund and start this department this budget year without adversely impacting other revenue sources or impacting other departments. But my argument is that on a go-forward basis, and what I was trying to articulate in the pro forma there is that, you know, I think you can easily map back to how you get at least $200,000 worth of benefit from increasing and accelerating these commercial developments through sound economic development principles. And I think that then goes to help offset some of the burden within our service departments. So firefighters, police, public services, and fleet and facilities, that this increased tax base goes to help alleviate and fund some of those things as well. So again, I can appreciate you kind of behind the idea that this is something that we should have. I just would argue that we have the funding for this year. I think we should start getting the organization in place from a full-time perspective. A director level position is kind of multi-benefited, but I would think the best benefit is you get someone who has that skill set that comes in here and then works with this council to say, here's how I need to be built out long-term. Here's how I want to create my team. Here's what I'm going to need. But for us to do the seed funding now, and again, it's not too much of a stretch to say, like I was saying before, we're not encumbering ourselves for multiple years. You know, we could say after 2 years, this isn't working. Commissioner Becker was at fault, and would put all the blame at him. But I think this is going to bear fruit, and it's going to give our residents confidence that we're doing the right things to make our city very successful. So,
well, I guess that's where we see differently. You say there's a full-time need. I don't see the full-time need at this point. I just see that, part-time director. And we had allocated those funds at one point, but we withdrew those two allocations and said, let's hold off and see what things are going to look like. And I've suggested more than once that our 911 operators are very critical to us. And I still don't know if the governor has decided to give them that $1,000 or not. And so I think those 29, 30 individuals that are in that position, they deserve to have that bonus. And that's one of the things that I would like to make sure that happens if the governor doesn't do it himself. And so I just see that there's a part-time need at this point. And then and also that we're not going to accelerate that development that fast within this upcoming budget year, all the funding that you're indicating is going to be available come this next budget cycle.
That's what I'm saying. You have a year's runway, and then the next year again. It's not going to all happen at once. I'm just saying, if you believe that through economic development and these sound programs, and again, it's proven in other cities that we would have the ability to accelerate. I mean, case in point, it's taken 6 or 7 years on the city center. We were told a year and a half ago that development was going to be done in Q1 of last year. We kind of threw mulch with shovels, indicating as such, and nothing has come to fruition. And so you start to think to yourself, what could we have done differently? Could we have been a more proactive partner in those discussions with that particular developer to get it to a place where, hey, it's a team effort, we're leveraging all of our networks, and it's a team approach. But yeah, points are valid.
Yeah, I remember us meeting with the gentleman that wanted to bring the Italian restaurant here. And he really wanted to come to Apopka. But he said the workforce wasn't even available to support that. I'm a diehard for Cracker Barrel, and I've been trying to get a franchise myself.
So I would send back the idea that, so who is at the city staff level tabbed with making sure that our workforce is growing?
Well, it's not, that's a problem everywhere. If you go into a restaurant lately, you got to wait 45 minutes, and not necessarily because the restaurant is full, it's because the workforce is not there. And so all of our establishments are having that same problem. So it's not like, he's going to just magically go out there and find bodies to put in a place of business.
Well, and that's what my point being is that the part of the role charter of this position is to seek out those things. Because case in point, we haven't leveraged this much in Apopka at all. I think we did with Corvo in terms of incentives. Part of what economic developers do would say, hey, what is the council comfortable with in terms of incentives to incentivize people to come here? Because sometimes that's what it's going to take. But if no one's really kind of sitting there and thinking about those things on a day in and day out basis, it's just going to be kind of one of these, it lands in your lap. And yeah, to your point, if no one's thinking about it full time, it's just not going to come to fruition as quickly as we think. And so that might deviate from, the expectation.
Commissioner Nesta.
Thank you for your presentation.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. Quick question just for staff. When do our COVID funds need to be spent by?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I think they have to be by 24. They have to be earmarked, and then.
Gotcha. Just earmarked by 24, not spent by 24.
I think they have to be spent by 26.
Okay. Thank you.
What was it initially earmarked for?
My educational
forget.
program.
Educational programs that
Oh,
we have in
okay.
schools.
Thank you. Can you just talk about the purpose of having, I guess, a specific department versus having just one person underneath kind of community development?
Well, to be quite honest with you, I wanted to have a director level position that we felt comfortable. And so I wanted to be able to ratify that position. And I think that role would then work with this council to make sure that, because again, what I didn't have in that presentation is very enumerated success measures that you had talked about before, because I can't operate in a vacuum there. That has to be something that we as a council kind of work collectively with that director head or that department head to come up with those things. Obviously you have a point of view about what the framework of that position is, but success measures as it relates to Apopka, because again, Apopka is not broad brush. you could have success measures for our downtown area, our southern area, our hospital, our Kelly Park Crossing, the Floridian Town Center area. You could have, it's very unique as these new pockets of uniqueness pop up within Apopka. So that's where I would be, hey, you get the position in place, they're director level, they've got that seniority to come to council and say, hey, let's work together, let's get this mapped out from an overall strategy.
Okay. Let me see here. I guess what person do you see, or from what industry, who do you see as the perfect candidate for this? I guess, what does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, when I did the job description years ago, when I first started talking about this with the city council, it's more, you've got to have a very sales and marketing-ish approach to the position. You've got to be able to have a person who can network effectively, because it's not about going and seeking out the businesses that already have the for sale sign in their yard to try and get people to fill it in. It's knowing the pieces of property that are attractive that people haven't even thought about selling yet to a potential person that could really benefit our city. And then two, that has the acumen to deal with some of our development community to say, hey, I know you're thinking of, you're potentially building spec. I've got the backlog of these types of businesses that might be good for your particular project. So it's a very proactive person. I would envision this role hardly spending any time in the city hall walls. They're out and about in our community, external to our community, even more importantly, because it's about getting those businesses to come here. So that would be my emphasis. And then obviously knowing their way around grant funding, funding sources, the government policy, state statutes, things like that.
Have we thought of maybe, can you contract someone from the outside to come in?
That was going to be my next question.
Oh,
No,
it
I'm
was?
kidding. No.
You could, but I've always had the mindset that when you contract with people, do they really take a hard stake in what they're doing for our city? Because when you contract, you're here potentially for a finite period of time. In a role like this, you've got to live and breathe. This has to be your heartbeat day in and day out, because this is not going to work if you don't have the right person in the job.
Well, sorry to cut you off there, but that was something I wrote down is basically it's being in sales, especially in real estate sales, that it's going to come down to a numbers game. So what you spoke about, the Albertsons, the vacant Albertsons, it was just, I cold called the owner and just, hey, can we just discuss what's going on with that property? What does it look like? Yes, you're still collecting rent. What can I do to incentivize to at least bring somebody else in that would help us? You don't have to change anything, but it would help our community and help our residents have more options, things like that. So I was able to at least get them in that capacity, but at the same time, to your point, I have limited time to do that. It's, we're a part-time position, so it's when I have free time, I'm able to start kind of cold calling on that and kind of finding opportunities on that, in that capacity. For infrastructure, it's a huge issue right now. And I think this department or this role would kind of demand being a part of that. Can you speak to kind of like Golden Gem, for instance? We got a lot of development on there, multifaceted issue, but how would this role kind of impact that or help influence it in a more successful way?
Well, again, I think acceleration of getting vertical structure, again, increases the tax base within our city, and that's more tax monies that are coming in for those purposes. Now, with Golden Gem, obviously, I don't know, did Commissioner Moore contact everybody?
Yes,
So,
she did. She did.
Again, that could be another case in point. I mean, Ms. Richmond has a whole bunch on her plate. Some of this intergovernmental interaction too is something that economic development could have in their mandate, because at the end of the day, through advocacy from our residents and through our persistence, joint persistence with Commissioner Moore and ourselves, they've agreed to a significant portion of funding. But then it becomes okay, do we take that money right now and just do the initial Band-Aid fix, right? Or do we parlay that into a larger strategy to say, okay, here's our long-term thing? But an economic development director will have a heartbeat of the pacing of those businesses, because a lot of time we're hamstrung here to say, okay, yeah, it's part of the plan that we're going to do this road improvement, but the timing and pacing of vertical structure going in that then causes an an increase in our tax base to be able to pay for that stuff, that's where, a lot of times we don't have a good feel for that pacing. And so I think economic development director would have that pulse to be able to give better insight to say, oh yeah, so-and-so's coming in, they're excited, they're going to be, after the developer's done building, they're going to be on premise for whatever. It's those types of interactions I think would be beneficial.
And so I've been in good contact with Mount Dora's similar department. I have a meeting with Sanford next week, actually. So I've been outreaching, just kind of understanding, and how I would see this role, because I do think it's absolutely needed and a value add, but I want to create success for it. I don't want to put undue burden on it to where in a year they burn out and they say, you guys just put insane expectations on us. So I don't want, there's some of these roles that that are kind of more of a concierge. And I see it, although concierge, it's nice to do that. I want to see more an outreach. And I think that's what I'm hearing. I just want to kind of confirm that it's more of, it's not just calling in and saying, hey, I need whatever it may be. I need the sidewalk in front of my shop to be fixed. I want them to be outreaching. And I just want to confirm that that's the intention that you're presenting as well.
It's very much a kind of a glue role. I mean, like I was saying before with Mr. Williams, it's like, okay, he's focusing on making sure the ball fields are up to snuff. Yeah, you do some event programming and stuff like that, but a role like this could then say, okay, let me go help my corporate stuff and say, if there's sponsorship opportunities, if I'm going to go bring some events here within the city of Apopka, so he can do his core function. Same thing with Mr. Hitt. I think his core function is what I described earlier. So there's a cross-functional or shared benefit across the organization.
And that, yeah, I just want to make sure it's not just exclusively a concierge where they're calling for simple stuff. I want them to exactly to that point.
This is like city planning. I mean, case in point, if we were to say to the staff right now, give us our vision for the next 3 years. Anybody have that? What's our vision for the next 3 years? What do we want to be in 3 years? I mean, that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. It's, the pulse of our people. That's what it's about.
And I think some of that ownership is on us too, because we have to direct this. And that's, I guess, and then that leads me kind of my final point or question is just, I want to make sure we have very specific but achievable KPIs if we are going to instill this, then in a year or 2 years, if we're going to, and almost have a time horizon. Okay, at this point, we need to see X, Y, and Z, or 80% of these. And if not, this isn't working out, or we hired the wrong person, or we're doing this inefficiently or something.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That would be the plan. That's why I'm saying, what I'm asking for, what I was wanting to ask for this evening was the 3 that I talked about. But then you'll notice that third bit when I was talking about before on the second slide is, create that long-term execution strategy. Execution strategy would have the success measures, how we gauge success on this spend. What are we getting in return? Because if we can't quantify that, then yes, but I can't look people in the face when I'm at one of these city events, I'm at an HOA meeting, and it devolves into the conversation of, why can't we have this? If I fail on this front, I really don't have a good answer. Because, economic development, it all points back to other cities are using this sound principle to effectively change their cities. And, we're the second largest city in Orange County, second largest in population, land mass. We're significant. We need to be relevant too.
So would the ask then is to not earmark, but allocate those funds tonight for that?
Yeah, my if I was making a motion, which I will certainly do that, would be to create an economic development department from a budgetary perspective. Again, that's a container within our financial software. Economic development director role, that would be within that department. And then the $200,000 that we have in the SLFRF funds would be allocated to that department. And Mr. Rodriguez is fair. The 2 pieces that I did not address there is obviously job description. So rely on partnership with Mr. Patton to provide generally accepted job descriptions for that particular role in his assessment of his department. And then the last bit that we just described was creating that short and long-term strategy with this, because if we hire the right person, they're going to know how they want to build out their department for success after assessing the city. And they'll have recommendations up to our staff on how to do that.
Okay, I don't think I have any more questions right now.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this?
Not picking on anyone. I just want to reflect back. This is something that I heard, and I think we was at the VFW. It was during the debate. It was during the mayor debate. And I think one of the questions came up, and Commissioner Becker brought up this position that he thought would push the city forward. And I think at the time, Mayor Nelson said, we didn't need one. Mayor Nelson, he said, if I can remember right, he said, what we need is a strong mayor. Someone to walk up to people, to bring them into Apopka with a firm handshake. I would ask Commissioner Smith, and just one question. How has that been working for Apopka?
Well, to answer your question, there have been businesses that have come to Apopka as a result of that strong handshake. And I'm not saying that we don't need an economic development director. What I'm saying is that we're not ready for a full-time economic development director, and I'm not in favor of using non-recurring funds in order to start that. And so that's my stance, not that we don't need one, that we need to start with a part-time and grow that department and watch and make sure that we're getting what it is that we're looking for out of that individual. And I'm sure that economic development director has to have some kind of certification. You know, we don't just want to go and pull somebody and make them an economic development director. I mean, so then I could probably do that. But they should have some kind of certification as an economic director and have a proven track record.
Yes, sir. And I can appreciate that, Commissioner. Just like I think Mr. Nessa was just trying to inquire into it. I don't believe that if you put out for a job for a dentist to pull teeth, that you would interview a veterinarian that put shoes on a horse. I'm thinking that if you're going to put out for this position, I'm thinking that when you interview these people, you'll interview these people with these qualifications that come with a resume. And I believe that the city of Apopka is so far behind in Winter Garden, Ocoee, Altamont. We're so far behind, we don't need a part-time nothing. We need a full-time everything.
Rogers Beckett, 7 West Main Street. I'm just happy that at least we're having this conversation, because I know I started here in Apopka in 2006, and I vividly remember doing the CDBG grant. And one of the questions they asked was, do you guys have an economic development plan? And they used that as far as a scoring criteria for that particular grant. And at that time we didn't, and we hadn't really thought about this until now Cal is bringing this up. But I think it's really time for us to look at this in a progressive manner. So we've came through COVID, and COVID has changed the United States map. You've had businesses leave California, go to Texas, Tennessee, Florida, we've been another entity that's received a lot of people. I was just at a conference yesterday for investors. You have 75 million people coming into Orange County Airport every single year. How many of those are we catching? How are we attracting them to our area? You having roughly 1,500 people come to the state, I believe, every day, or this county So what are we doing to get people in our area, other than just coming here to live and things of that nature, to have that sustainable economy like we're looking for? So it's not like I don't think it's a big ask, but I think we're being short-sighted in some of the things we're looking at. And I take that, for example, myself, right? I'm a business owner. And they always tell you, you don't want to work in your business, you want to work on your business. And you need someone that can do that. That could be the secondary odds that you guys don't see. Because Mayor, you have a job to do, Commissioner, you have a job to do, but to have someone that's accountable, because that's one thing we're missing. Somebody that's accountable to do what it is that you intend for them to do. You've already put these plans together. It's not difficult, but someone that you can point to and have the discussion. Jim does a great job, but let's be real. Jim has 3 people in his department, and we're dealing with plans that's coming in. And I'm sorry for the people that's here tonight that still need their plans to be approved, whatever the case may be. But you need to start looking future tense. You say it's 57,000 people, but I think by the projection, by 2030, roughly about 80 to 100,000 people in this area. So are we really looking at future tense? Or are we so focused on the minute issues of what a person might do? Give this an opportunity, but you can't close your eyes to everything. Because there again, I was first started here in 2006. It's 2023. And we're just now having a true discussion about this matter. And I'm quite sure we have a lot to offer, but has it been uncovered, right? We have Wekiwa Springs, we have Rock Springs, we have all these things, but who's really promoting? I know there was something brought to us during the mayor election about promoting Apopka with, I think it was the chamber, but who's actively doing that? Who's searching out these companies that's looking to move? Who's making Apopka a little bit more unique than the other people? Who's looking at the facilities that we do have? Why are we not taking advantage of the bike trail that comes through Apopka? Winter Garden did a great job with that. So it's looking at the minute things that is taking place and just having someone that you can call on and have the discussion. I don't think it's a much of an ask. You know, it's 200 grand, that's nothing. Let's be real. That's just nothing. But I just think it's short-sighted to get so detailed. Just give it an opportunity. But it gives the council an ability to bring that person to task and say, you need to respond for why you're not doing your job. Because like we keep talking about the town center, I was here in 2006 when that discussion started happening, and it still ain't came through. We got a hotel down there, and I believe the other things there, but we got so much progress happening around us, but to a certain point, I think we become stagnant and we're closing our minds to opportunities. But let's at least really sit down and truly look at where do you intend for Apopka to go? Where do you want to see it for your grandkids, your kids, whatever the case may be? But majority of us are lifetime residents of Apopka. We want to see great things happen. But I think we're just beating a dead horse. I just think it's just common sense at this point. Thank you.
Victoria.
Again, Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. It's been a long night. It's actually midnight. But one of the things I said at the last city council meeting, I said I was tired of being a coward. I was tired of being a hypocrite. Because everybody in here brings a certain level of experience of life. Whatever walk they have walked, they bring a certain experience of life. And we all have that life experience. And I haven't been speaking mine. Mayor, first of all, Commissioner Baker, I missed most of your presentation. But your presentation is not the problem. Everybody sitting in this room know we need economic development board. The problem is leadership and the vision for Apopka. Now, I watched the whole last year, evaluating things, sitting back. The city of Apopka moved by one man. That's the mayor. When I first started, 1 year ago, I came to my first city council meeting. Well, not my first, but starting last year when I started diligently coming. I came up to the mayor and I said, Mayor, I'm back. And in his words, and I quote, "Oh no, that's bad news." Well, how come a veteran coming back, a father of 37 years, I'm gonna say a husband of 37 years, fathers own 2 businesses, how could that be bad news? Because the mayor know the history that we have together. He know my heart. He know what I bring to the table. I wear my heart. I treat people fairly. And I want to see things done fairly in the community. Now, everything in Apopka beats to one man. That's Mayor Nelson. And it's time to stop playing politics with the people of the city of Apopka. I watched the mayor bring some things, and some of the city councils, I'm gonna say some of the commissioners don't know anything about it. But yet they're supposed to sit up here and vote intelligently. Give their vote. We shouldn't accept this, period. Commissioners, you all have a job to do. And that job is for the betterment of the city of Apopka, period. I don't know, that probably might show my age, but you know that back in the days, coming up with my kids, there was a show called Burning, the purple dinosaur. We all close our eyes and we imagine. Well, if you close your eyes now, might go to sleep, but if you close your eyes now and you vision the city of Apopka back in 1980, what did downtown look like? Now you open your eyes and you look in this 2023. What do downtown look like? That comes from the vision of leadership. And if you don't have a vision, the people will perish. And that's what you're seeing in Apopka. Things are being done, but there's no thanks to a dedicated vision. It's just by time. Commissioner Alexander, now is the time. We don't need a part-time anything. Now is the time. Thank you.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. What I would really like to see in the city of Apopka is to grow. Is the city of Apopka to grow with integrity. The position of an economic development director is not an option, it's a necessity. Every time I come here, I see bait and switch tactics by developers. The developers come here, they promise us one thing, and they deliver with another. We need developers to be enticed here who have integrity, not people who are going to promise us one thing and give us another. I would also like to see the economic development director deal with controlled development, not uncontrolled development. And that's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. I guess I will start out. I said, I don't want to get into the policy of the PowerPoint here. I want to talk, I guess, a little bit about process. And so we talk about process. We talk about a new department. The last new department we created was the city attorney's department, and that was, we went from a contracted city attorney to an in-house city attorney. And we did it under the normal process. We put it through the budget process. We had the job description set up. We had who they reported to. All those things were put into place before we ever funded them. So we had the department set to go. And it was a savings. It was going to cost us money. It was going to save us money. So that was just a short, I guess, 4 years ago or so. We put this new department in. We're trying to jump step the whole process to get to the position of, let's set up this new department. We don't have a job description. We don't have a lot of the things that we need to have, ironed out before that. And like Commissioner Smith said, we can wait till budget year. It's not like something can't wait until we get to the new budget year. So I just talk about process. The only thing I'll say on the policy side is, Cuervo. We talk about Cuervo. Well, you know who brokered the deal to get Micros to take over the production site at Cuervo? Me. I helped to get those jobs, those high-paying jobs that Cuervo sent back to their other plants. And I got Micros, who has their location in Lockhart, to come and take on that space at Cuervo. So forget about the rest of the slides. The last thing I will say is we talk about the money. We've got two things that I would say we should consider that are more important, more pressing than a new position with for now unsustained or no real idea whether it's going to work or not. But we just had to take a fire tower out of service. It was a prototype that we've had for 20-something years, and so the fire team came to us and said, "Hey, this fire tower is not met engineering codes, so we need to take it out." So the new fire tower is $275,000, which is a capital cost, not an operating cost. So if we want to spend $200,000, I would suggest that fire tower is a much better use of our money, just for our safety of our fire department and all of our firefighters.
If this was a critical need, how come it's not in our agenda?
It just came up.
Okay.
And then the last one, which I think is something to be concerned about, and that's our pension. If you see, the state of Florida now is looking at some pension discrepancies and not discrepancies, pension shortfalls. And just so everybody knows, we have about $200 million in our three pension funds. And if you take that, like everybody else, we've lost at least 10 to 15% this year. Our spend last year was about $7 million for the three funds. We know we're going to have to spend a lot more this year on the pension based on the losses that we took, even with the smoothing that we normally do. So if you're going to spend some additional money, if we want to spend $200,000, I think the fire tower or the pension would be a much better use of the funds. And so with that, I'll let anybody else.
Yeah, I'll address it. So let me piecemeal it here, because it sounded like the first argument they were making is this isn't following a process.
Yeah.
The process is we're the city council and we set policy. We can create departments, create roles whenever we so choose, as long as the collective body approves it. So from a process perspective, I would encourage, and you've been on record many, many times as saying it's your process and procedure that you get your agenda out to us commission before 5:00 p.m. every Friday. I would venture to guess there's probably minuscule times where we get our agenda by 5:00 every Friday. So when we talk about process or not following a process, that really has no bearing on the argument of whether or not we should staff and the fruits that we can stand to get from having that investment. Pension funds is very curious as to you bringing that up to say, kind of creating this quasi financial crisis because I want to spend I'm suggesting that we spend $200,000 a year in terms of economic development, because from my recollection, I believe you budget for 6% raises every year. So that has a direct implication to pension liability. So you can't have one side of the argument and not accept the other. But again, if these are the arguments against it, and we're not picking apart or challenging me on what the proven benefits that other cities are relying on this, are you going to suggest our next budget year that we have no sort of financial commitment to the Orlando Economic Partnership, because I think that's a failed strategy too. I think you have to spend some money, and I say spend money, it's an investment, because we're gonna get returns on that investment. It may take different shape. Could be hard dollars, could be quality of life, a multitude of things. But again, I don't hear a whole bunch of people getting up at that lectern voicing their opposition to this. I don't see a whole bunch of emails coming through my email box saying, Kyle, you're off your rocker. This is a bad use of taxpayer dollars. So I don't understand what the friction is on this thing. All there is benefit statements that we all equally share. It's like I said, it's not my success if I get this piece of business passed. I'm not tapping myself on the shoulder. It's not to say that we have to hire that position tomorrow, because we do have to, like I said, with Mr. Patton, get the job description that we're comfortable with, get that posted. Heck, we had an HR director position vacant for 10 months that y'all didn't staff. An HR director. So it's not to say that all of this is going to be spent in 2 months, or we're going to have the person in place 2 months from now. Let's do the right search, get the right credentials, get the right background, get the right person, so that they can hit the ground running, build the team that they need to build, like any other organization does, whether it's in the public realm or private industry. We've got to spend a little to make more on return.
So what do you think? What's your time frame on this? Like you said.
My
you're
time frame
gonna
is
be-
I mean, I would seek approval tonight to get the mechanics going here, and then we're on our mission. Because again, the external community is going to say, okay, Apopka took a step. Tonight they took a step. Now what can we do with it? Again, $200,000, these are funds that are already earmarked for the purposes of building strong, resilient communities. This is what economic development does. And so it's not a punitive expense to our taxpayers, a direct punitive expense. It's a investment of dollars. But I would, again, I would leave it up to Mr. Patton to say, hey, it would take me X amount of days or months to get hopefully not months, but a job description together, like we've done in the past on other things. If we approve that, then it's hey, all five council members, route your stuff and preferences over to Mr. Patton, formulate a job description, get it posted, let's get it staffed, and let's go from there.
I just had a question in reference to the 200. How did you derive that number? What's built into that?
Yeah. I mean, because there's that allocation that's unallocated currently within those funds. I had originally thought that was 300,000 per my last meeting, but 331,000 was the average of the municipalities that I saw. Obviously taking Orlando out of the mix because they're a huge outlier to the, they're spending millions of dollars in their economic development department. So when you normalize them out, the average was 331,000. I took a haircut to 300K because I thought that was our unallocated amount, but then I dropped it to 2 when it was that. 2, in my opinion, that staffs your director level role, and that has a little bit of wiggle room for you to do some of the peripheral expenses that come along with getting out in the community, coming up with plans, creating marketing material, and so forth.
What do you think that salary looks like?
I mean, you're probably salary-wise, I would say anywhere from 100 to 125. Guys, I mean, just scan, and I get it, when people hear 6-figure salaries, it's something to palate. But when you do market assessments and you do salary studies, we could sit here and say, I want to get somebody for 85. Well, you're going to get $85,000 worth of economic development director. And so I think to have the right person, the right skill set, maturity level to do this role properly, I think base salary rise, you're probably in the 100 to 125 range, and then salaries, benefits, or the benefits and the other departments spend on top
Ancillary
of that.
stuff, yeah. So just my conjecture on the timeline itself, based on no facts, based on no experience in that, we want somebody really specialized in this. It's a really specific skill set. So, I mean, we probably aren't, like you said, we're not getting it tomorrow. This is probably not something possibly even until May, June. that we actually possibly get people applying that we actually want to talk to. Hopefully sooner, but this is a specialty. We want the right person in the right seat. So I don't want to rush that. I think that's my other comment. I don't want to rush this just because we're excited about it now. I want to make sure we're doing this right so that it's creating success for that person in that department long term.
Right, because I mean, the overhead spent, if we were to approve this tonight, as I'm suggesting, it's a couple of sorry, I'm going to oversimplify the finance system implications here, but some mouse clicks on a system and allocation of a role within that department and the 200 earmarked for that purpose.
I mean, it's similar to what we did with the firefighters. The 1 point whatever million is not spent. It's just moved to a different bucket. So I completely understand.
So if there's no other conversation, I mean, I'm happy to make the motion because I want a decision made on this topic.
Let me just ask you, why was it so important to have the decision tonight? And I'll tell you why. Because initially when you had asked for this, I thought it was a presentation. And so in order to have been fair to you, I didn't preconceive an opinion by going out and contacting the cities that you had contacted.
Well, let me give you a little background there, because if I'm pressed against the wall here, I want the public to know what I dealt with on Friday. When I talked about this in December, I talked about my desire to have this as a formal item that I stood either at the lectern or up here to make a formal proposal for us to make a decision on this topic. That was my understanding all the way up until when I sent a note to Mr. Bass earlier in last week, said, hey, just FYI, I'll have my slide deck over to you by Thursday afternoon.
Right.
Come Friday, I get a call around 3 o'clock. Mr. Bass said that he wanted to have this as part of the presentation section of the agenda, even though we all voted 5-0 to have my opportunity to present this for a formal piece of business. I balked at that idea because it was unfair, because I said that this was going to be a formal piece of business. He said that Mr. Hitt also had a presentation, a co-presentation. I said that's not going to be acceptable because I've not seen the presentation. I've not had any conversations with Mr. Hitt on the presentation. Fast forward to 4 o'clock, I had a joint conversation with Mr. Bass and Mr. Rodriguez, questioning me what I was actually trying to get approved, which I had put on record in December. I had already spoken on it several times. I mean, it's clear as day up here. Later that evening, I got another call. Our agenda clerk, who Mr. Bass is, had a conversation with our mayor to get his buy-in to say, no, this is a piece of business item. The mayor said that he wanted to keep it as a presentation, which I was not comfortable with because I want to make a decision on this topic. And then ultimately, after consultation with Mr. Rodriguez, they determined that based off of our minutes and replanned the meeting, that it was officially a business item. Okay. So for it to be on the agenda as a discussion, again, is unfair to the people in this room that have come to hear this topic. But I'm really seeking a decision point because I feel like, we've talked about this, it's to me, it's kicking can down the road on something that, again, it's a proven investment. It's going to help a lot of things in the city, for my opinion. And I'll let the parties correct any of the series of events that occurred, because I'm not up here to play games. I'm here to try and progress our city. So with that said, I'll make the motion. I would move to create an economic development department within our budget, create an economic development role as the role within that department, and that that $200,000 from the SLF RF funds are allocated to that department, that newly created economic development department.
So should we approve this? Should we second it? I understand. I have questions. Should we approve it? And can I please ask that everyone? It's 12:30. Can we're gonna have to speed this up a little bit. So just let's stay quiet. Should we second it and move on? And let's say we approve it. What's the next steps from staff level now? So we earmark it, things like that. Are you guys coming back and presenting to us a role, or is that something that you're going to need our feedback on to move forward? What does that look like?
My understanding is that this council establishes policy. If adopted, the policy would be the creation of a department and the creation of a position. At that point, it is staff's job, their duty, to administer that policy. So we would have to administratively do the procedures to create a new department, to properly fund that department. The direction is we've got a department with one employee, as right now, that would be the direction. So that's then a role for the administrator to then administer that policy for the creation of a department. Don't believe there's then a formal resolution that comes back to the council to adopt. It's an administrative matter. Staff has their marching orders, create a department and house it with that director. Then it's staff's prerogative to now administer that policy.
I second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm going to say aye. I'm giving it to you.
Thank you. Okay.
Three, two.
Ordinance number 2980.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural to city very low density suburban residential for certain real property generally located north of West Poncan Road and west of Fields Lane, owned by Philip and Patricia Simmons, comprising 9.95 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes, Roxanne?
No changes.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2980.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance 2981.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from County A1 Citrus Rural to City RSF 1B Residential Single Family Large Lot for certain real property generally located north of West Poncan Road and west of Fields Lane, owned by Philip and Patricia Simmons, comprising 9.85 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes, Roxanne?
No changes.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2981.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2982.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T transition to IL light industrial for certain real property generally located west of Conrad Road and south of Hogshead Road, owned by Timothy Lee Strickland Revocable Trust, comprising of 20.7 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes?
No changes.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve or adopt ordinance number 2982.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2983.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from Kelly Park Interchange Mixed Use KPI-MU with an assignment of transition overlay to KPI-MU with an assignment of Village Center overlay for certain real property generally located north of Kelly Park Road and west of Effie Drive, owned by Ward Family Partners LLP, comprising of 17.6 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes, Roxanne?
No changes.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2983.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, we're going to jump into item 6, Roxanne, which is ordinance number 2985.
Roxanne Reed with the City of Apopka. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I almost cut you off there, didn't I?
It's okay. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural to city very low density suburban residential to city industrial for certain real property generally located south of Hogshead Road and west of Hermit Smith Road, owned by Raynor Apopka Land Management LLC and Soil Blending Properties LLC, comprising of 20.15 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Roxanne Reed with the City of Apopka, as she just read, the small scale future land use, going from county rural to city very low density suburban residential to city residential. And you can see the vicinity of the property here. One of these properties was annexed into the city in December. Staff believes that this future land use designation is compatible with the area. And you can see the existing future land use here and what is proposed. Applicant has requested these properties all have the industrial future land use to be compatible. Development Review Committee recommended approval. Planning Commission recommended approval with a 5-1 vote. And the recommended motion is to accept the first reading and hold it over for a second reading.
Do we know why the one person held out?
Pardon, I'm
Why
sorry.
there was a no vote?
The 5-1 vote was due to the questions about the wetlands on the property and if it had been mitigated. And we've done research with the applicant and that those wetlands were mitigated with Raynor and what they've been using.
Okay. Any other questions for Roxanne? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2985 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Going back to item number 5, ordinance number 2984.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from County A1 Citrus Rural to City RSF 1A residential single family 1A to City IL light industrial for certain real property generally located south of Hogshead Road and west of Hermit Smith Road, owned by Raynor Apopka Land Management LLC and Soil Blending Properties LLC, comprising of 20.15 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Roxanne Reed with the City of Apopka. This is the companion rezoning for this property from County A1 and City RSF 1A to City and Light Industrial. The vicinity is here. You can see the existing zoning on the property and then the proposed zoning of light industrial. Development Review Committee recommended approval. Planning Commission also recommended approval. And the recommended motion is to accept the first reading and hold it over for a second reading.
Any questions for Roxanne? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2984 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2993.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka by amending Chapter 22, Capital Facilities and Impact Fees, Article 4, Water, Sewer, and Reuse Capital Facility Fees and Funds, Section 22-97, Water Capital Facility Fee to establish Water Capital Facility Fees by amending Chapter 22, Article 4, Section 22-98, Sewer Capital Facility Fee to establish Sewer Capital Facility Fees by amending Chapter 22, Article 4, Section 22-99, Reuse Capital Facility Fee to establish Reuse Capital Facility Fees, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
Vladimir.
Good evening, everyone. Vladimir Simonovsky, Public Services Department. Ordinance number 2993 is basically replacing ordinance number 2474, which was adopted February 17, 2016. On December 2nd, 2022, Raftelis Financial Consultants Incorporated has released the City of Apopka water, wastewater, and reclaimed water rates and impact fees 2022 study report. The study analysis encompassed a financial evaluation for the 5 fiscal year period of October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2026. The study also established the level of service for providing water, wastewater, and reclaimed water utility services and developed a fee per equivalent residential unit based on the historical costs of the existing water, wastewater, and reclaimed water system, the projected expansion-related capital costs provided by the city, and a review of the remaining water, wastewater, and reclaimed water capacity available in the system to service new growth. Ordinance number 2993 was duly advertised in this Apopka Chief on January 13, 2023, and Public Services Department recommends approval of this ordinance. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Vladimir? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2993 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2996.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka, Chapter 42, miscellaneous offenses by creating Section 42-2, trespass warnings on public property, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
Good evening, Commissioners. Before you is Ordinance 2996, which establishes a trespass warning procedures for folks who are deemed to be trespassing onto public property. The ordinance defines what constitutes public property and the methods and procedures for both either a city employee or a police officer or law enforcement officer to issue trespass warnings. The trespass warnings can then be properly appealed through a civil process, which would use our current existing code enforcement special magistrate to hear matters to appeal if a person does not feel that they have been issued a trespass warning properly. At that point, the first offense means you get you're deemed a trespasser, you get a first warning, which means you cannot trespass upon the property for a period of a year. If you're found back on the property, then you're deemed a trespasser, and at that point, law enforcement will then proceed forward with the mechanisms and procedures that are entailed under Florida statutes. Second warning has the option of then being a further trespasser, which would be effective for 2 years, which means that you may be deemed a trespasser if you're back on the public property. Such public property is usually, when a warning is issued, is to be specifically defined in order to properly process an appeal of a person as a trespasser. I'm here to answer any questions that hopefully Chief McKinley's still here.
No, they left, but I think that the issue that they were concerned with is not so much the trespassing.
That's the next ordinance.
Oh, okay. So who are we talking about?
No, these are folks who, if they're deemed they're going to be deemed
You know
to be
what?
trespassing.
It's late, and I'm just trying to get through this.
I know.
right?
No, that issue, the folks, the Naughty Lobster raised, that's the next issue.
Okay. I'll take back what I
Or
said.
the next ordinance, sorry.
Any questions for Michael?
The only question I had, obviously procedural wise, section, it's H1, it's on page 406. It's under section 42-2, where it talks about an appeal of the trespass warning must be filed in writing. Do we have provisions for assisting, like, again, some of these people that will be trespassed may not have the ability to write, or they may suffer from ailments that prevent that. So I'm assuming that if they were to come to the location that's on the filing, someone will be able to help them.
Well, because this is under the ADA, because this is a policy or a program technically of the city, then we would have to provide a reasonable accommodation.
Okay.
Any other questions for Michael?
Well, I get, my only question would be, we're probably talking about homeless people that are gonna be trespassed. And we still don't have anything in place in the city of Apopka for our homeless population. And there's nowhere for them to go. We don't have a shelter or anything. So what's gonna happen? Does this result in jail or fine?
No, the trespass warning and the issuance of a warning is a civil matter. And any appeals of it is going to be handled through code enforcement. This is going to make it a determination for the either the city employee or the officer to make a determination whether that person is deemed a trespasser. I think there are issues, either folks who are other examples of trespassers are folks who, if they're within city property and they've been asked to leave and refuse to leave, then there is then the mechanism to issue them a trespass warning. This isn't just solely focused to homeless, but it would still, if we have an habitual problem, I think there is not necessarily, under the law, if they're trespassing on the public property and the definition of what public property is constituted is in the code. We're going to issue it. They'll be issued a warning. They'll be asked to remove themselves from the premises. If there is an ability for the officer to state, go to so and such place. If they have the opportunity or asked to just leave, if they refuse to leave, that's when a trespass warning would be issued.
All right.
Okay, anybody
So
from
let
the
me,
public?
just one question. So you have, like you said, we just can't focus on the homeless doing that. But you have a shoplifter. And now you bring in the police at that point for shoplifting. But if the store manager or whatever tells that shoplifter, you can no longer come into my premises. But now,
This is public.
This is for public property. So that fact pattern is on private property.
okay, so you see, this is late for me. Okay.
This is solely a trespass warning for folks to be deemed trespassers upon
In
public
public
property.
property.
Public property, yes.
So that would be like here in City Hall?
City Hall, what was the other identity? Over any city facility, building, or outdoor area, including municipal parks.
Okay.
And I believe also, for the purpose of this section, right-of-way shall include sidewalks which are closest to a paved street, provided the street side edge of the sidewalk is within 20 feet of the curb line closest to the property. So it's
Okay.
public property only.
I know, I'm really ahead of myself with this, but okay. Thank you.
State statute, city policy, and city ordinances do not supersede our constitution. Will you be modifying current policies which are unconstitutional so that we may not be trespassed from this building if we refuse to provide ID when conducting legitimate business in a lawful manner? After all, the Constitution affords us anonymity to regress grievance if we so desire. Do you accept there is no expectation of privacy in a publicly accessible building? And we have the right to record interactions with people engaged in working in that building. It appears to me members of this administration continuously overstep their legal authority, with people who lawfully are challenging that authority will be faced with the threat of trespass as with other forms of intimidation. Thank you.
To address that issue, the federal courts have already addressed this matter, and it's not as overbroad. There is not an unlimited, unfettered right to access to a public building. There is also the district courts in the southern district courts, and I believe it was the Middle District of Florida, which is the district that does encompass us. This case out of the city of Punta Gorda, in which states that there's a reasonable expectation that the place of business for government, City Hall, for example, is a place of government business, and that there is an expectation that the business of government shall not be unreasonably interfered with, which means that there is no prohibitions for the reasonable request for identification, also for the reasonable request in order to access buildings to conduct government business. Also, any type of videotaping which creates the interference of government business is not permitted. Secondly, Florida is also a dual consent for videotaping. I mean, these issues come up with these First Amendment auditors. But we're also talking about folks, if you're interfering with the business of government, this trespass warning ordinance allows for a warning to be given stating to the person you're interfering with the business of government, basically unreasonable interference. And therefore, if you do not abide by the instructions of an employee, that a trespass warning can be issued. If you do believe that the trespass warning was issued in error, there's a civil appeals process. So a person's due process rights are not infringed, and there is a mechanism and a method to appeal that process, and it's a civil matter. It's not a criminal matter. I think it's important to know, and we've had this discussion in previous other items, First Amendment rights are not absolute. There is a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. And going in and interfering with the course of business of government, the local government, a government can provide and impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. This has already been addressed by the federal courts.
I think I did state clearly that it was lawful business I was discussing, not interference or obstruction. And that might be very subjective as to what you think is obstruction or is causing unnecessary affray. And then what I think is, as far as I'm concerned, I believe the Constitution supersedes what you're speaking about. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the public wants to speak on this matter?
Todd Banks in 1444 Stormway Court. Quick question, only because it says city maintained and owned public properties. I think you started alluding into it, Michael. Is it like the bridge, even though that's county, and the bike?
That would be that'd be the county.
So
The county probably has one.
But you have a provision in the next ordinance that's talking about.
Unless it, I mean, it's city maintained. However, if we have an agreement with the county for joint maintenance, or that would, I mean, that could be interpreted as still something that city controlled, or if we have an agreement to enforce them.
The next ordinance language you have in there provisions that you can enforce what is in this language if you have the permission from the Orange County Parks and Recs.
Right, I believe so, yes.
So, I mean, to piggyback off of Commissioner Smith's concern is, both this ordinance and the next ordinance are really going to impact the unhoused community. I mean, we can all visualize who lives really over there. And so I think with Chief McKinley too, how are we partnering with organizations that can provide necessary resources to help guide them to different places
Shelters.
as they are inevitably disrupted by these ordinances? I'm not saying disrupted, it's just in a factual manner versus,
Right. First off, to address your first question, our officers do have access to resources that provide to the homeless. They're familiar with Matthews Hope down in Winter Garden for the homeless. They know that Matthews Hope picks up the homeless on Tuesdays and Thursdays from the trailhead and brings them back to the trailhead in the afternoon, picks them up, I believe it's at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, something like that. They also have an app that was created by an individual in the area that allows them to seek resources, whether they're paid resources, free resources. We've been trialing that app for a little bit, and it checks. The advantage to the app so far is that it checks to ensure that whatever resource we may want to send them to is still in business doing what it is, because we all know a lot of nonprofits are around for a little while, their funding goes, and they do that. To address the other issue is, I think you're going to find that really we deal with a lot of people that do graffiti, create disturbances, and it's not necessarily the homeless. We've arrested people for breaking into city buildings. These are the people that will be trespassed also. They'll be given trespass warnings so they can't, we don't want to back on our property. If they're creating a disturbance at the park, they're creating graffiti. Most recent case I'll give you in Kitland Nelson Park, we had an individual who was posing as a security guard and calling us and trying to get the homeless trespassed, saying that he was affiliated with the city. He wasn't affiliated with the city. He would be now asked and trespassed from the park. We don't need him in our park. We don't need him trying to convince our officers that he supersedes, and been told by the city commission that he can authorize trespass warnings to the homeless in our park, which we know nobody did that. So there's a lot of issues here. The first step in all of this is going to be to ask somebody to leave. they aren't welcome there and they need to leave. If they refuse to leave, then they'll be issued the trespass warning. The difference between what Commissioner Velasquez started to talk about why she's tired in a private business is there is no appeal process. You get a trespass warning from a private business, you come back, you go to jail, no questions asked. We've provided an appeal process for those that feel that they were given a trespass warning that wasn't appropriate or whatever. There could be occasions where if they refuse to leave or come back or return in the future, they could be arrested. They could be given a notice to appear. There's several options here. This is not just, it's just a tool for us to use for people that we do not want to return to city property, whether it be because they're committing crimes on, well, most of the ordinance is written for crimes or violation of our ordinances. It's not that, you know, and when it comes to the homeless, for the most part, unless we have a call for service, we don't go out and aggressively pursue the homeless. Did I answer your question? Oh, no, you know, I didn't answer your question. No, I'm glad. No, I did. We have been asked, and the parks manager for the trailhead and the bike trail has given us a trespass authorization form requesting that we assist them in removing some people who are sleeping or laying or committing crimes on the bike trail. The bike, that could also be done by the Orange County Sheriff's Office. They do have a significant response time. We're obviously closer to that, so they've asked us to assist them also. So once this ordinance goes into effect, we will be able to assist him when he wants people trespass from some of those facilities also.
All right, anybody else from the public want to speak?
Okay.
It's late, Mayor, I'll be brief. Sylvester, Rolling Hills Lane. My thing is, we know we have a problem with the homeless situation. And we know this is going to create a problem. So knowing that we have a problem with the homeless situation, what is our plan to combat that? Because if we don't, we know we're going to have a problem with the homeless and with the police department. It already been back in our face. They feel like they're being harassed. So I don't think nobody in here ever been homeless, but I don't think that is a good feeling to wake up every morning not having a roof over your head or not knowing where you're going to get your next meal at. So when we sit up here, we represent the people. The people shouldn't have to bring a problem to you. I feel it's your job to go see what the people in need. If I'm running my household, nobody needs to come in here and tell me what I need in my household. That's my job, my responsibility, and to provide my family with the necessary needs. You are the leaders of the people. You should go out in the streets and see what needs to be done, what safety items need to be taken care of, what roads need to be taken care of, what issues we have. Bring it back among yourself. How do we figure this out? So if we don't figure out the problem with the homeless, we already know we're setting up another problem for ourselves. So I would like to see something being done about the homeless population and go and talk to the people. You'll find out a whole lot if we just have the common courtesy to sit down and talk to some of these folks like they're people and don't degrade them. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2996 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2997.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka by amending Chapter 42 miscellaneous offenses by creating Article 7 public order offenses to regulate standards of conduct within public places within the City of Apopka by amending Chapter 46 Parks and Recreation, Section 46-4 hours of operation to provide for notice by amending Chapter 46, Section 46-6, general standards for personal conduct conduct to provide for additional standards in public parks, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, or at this point, almost good morning. Ordinance number 2997 is presented before you. This ordinance is an attempt or a beginning to try to regulate certain public order offenses. This has arisen out of a concern from our residents as to issues and conduct that is occurring on public property. This does create new public order offenses that are of, and it's important to note, these are of general applicability to all the residents, all the visitors, and any person within the corporate limits of the city of Apopka. So we're regulating the prohibition of some of these. It almost seems as they should be obvious, but they weren't in our code. So the prohibition of the public urination, public defecation, camping in grounds that are not approved campgrounds or other approved public areas. So the camping on public property, including our parks, as well as sitting or lying on sidewalks or bicycle paths, creating obstructions, as well as indecent exposure. Also, there has been an expansion and just further clarification when it comes to the posting of the correct operating hours for public parks, as well as then also general standards and conduct standards within the public parks of the city of Apopka. I'm here for additional questions. The Chief of Police is also here for other questions. Mainly, I will defer to the Chief of Police on questions relating to the enforcement of these public offenses.
Any questions for either the chief or Michael?
I mean, it just stems off the same dialogue that we just had. It's late. This is a first reading. We'll have ample opportunity to talk through it a second, but.
We could, if there's any changes, or or even between, if you have suggestions for changes or other clarifications, I feel like a broken record, but my office door is open. We can come in and discuss. I'm sure Commissioner Velasquez can come right in. She has a second home on a chair in my office to discuss any matters that'll come before you. We can further discuss, and changes can be made prior to adoption at second reading or modification, any changes or modifications.
The only one that I had, and we discussed this, is just I know it's random, it's on page 413, number 11, public bench, no person shall lie or otherwise be in a horizontal position on a park bench, table, or where prohibited by signs. And I just don't want that to be used to either drive out teens from being in a certain area for longer than a neighbor may prefer, something along those lines. So I just want to make sure we're not weaponizing number 11 inappropriately.
Again, that is, I mean, I'll defer to the Chief of Police if that's usually any discretion of the officer, whether or not to seek enforcement of it.
Understand.
If you want to expand on that.
I mean,
It's just my concern. If we start hearing those issues, that'll be brought back up.
It's not going to apply to it's going to be common sense. It's not going to apply to somebody who is there with a crowd and they're just laying down for a minute or anything else. But we do have individuals that sit and sleep on top of the picnic tables, preventing families from enjoying the picnic tables, the areas. Same with the park benches and everything else. If somebody has taken up a residency there for a little while and we get a complaint, again, I think the biggest thing here is the majority of the times when we deal with these issues is responding to complaints. We're not, we got other things that we deal with that, as far as crime goes and other things and areas that we do our directed patrol. But when we do receive complaints, and I know every one of y'all have gotten all the complaints I've gotten regarding some of these things that have been added to this as far as a quality of life for some of our residents on using the bike trail, using some of the parks, and not being able to use some of the facilities because people are just sleeping on top of the picnic benches or sleeping on the park benches. And, it's not that they're been there for, 5 minutes just relaxing or, they got their head on the lap of their friend and they're sitting there talking or whatever. It's that, they're taking this away from the quality of life from our community.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Michael or Chief? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2997 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Blanche, I guess the one item we have to pull out of your budget amendment.
That was pulled, the item that was pulled, we'd have to take out. Yeah, the 600,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just, the budget amendment will be for
One.
151, 108?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Asking at this time, council adoption of resolution number 2023-02, budget amendment number 8, in the amount of $151,108. And that is to cover some outstanding POs from 22 going into 23.
Any questions for Blanche? Anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve resolution 2023-02.
Without the 600,000, right?
Correct,
No.
without the 600,000.
Okay.
All right, section 1 will be amended, striking 751,108.16 and replaced with 151,108.
Correct.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, city council reports. Commissioner Velasquez.
Oh my, is anybody up to hear all of this stuff? So just a few things, and I had to kind of type it just to make sure I covered everything. But when we, the last council meeting, when we went over to the museum and we were with the Apopka, the youth council, I was approached by the senior. She's a senior at the Wakaiva High School and also the president of her senior class. She's the fellowship of the Christian Athletics president. She's the athletic training person. She's the president of the minority leaders. And lastly, co-president of the Apopka Youth Council. And her ask was, she expressed her concerns regarding a need in her school for many of the students facing financial hardships, mental stress, and food insecurity. Ms. Jade had asked if we, the council, would help via way of support and monetary donation to the Wakaiva High School class council to help support senior class activities for their students. Other schools are having senior class activities with the help of funds by parents and fundraising. At Wakaiva High School, most of the families are struggling, and the student council was hoping local businesses would help via way of donations. But when she went out to some of the local businesses, a lot of them had committed to the Apopka High School. So she was just asking if we in the council can make any kind of donation, and she was specific, and I know she sent a
I got that.
email, right?
I had a printed letter in my mailbox.
Right, and basically what she's just trying to do is, and I'll give you an example. She says some of the other local high schools have like a senior breakfast, but they didn't have any money to do that for their seniors. So it's some of the activities that they just cannot provide for their seniors. So she was just asking if we can help. And if we do, I think at the bottom of her email, she gave a specific that if you do make a donation, to indicate that it's for the senior class. So that was something. And I think she had spoken to us separately while we were at the museum. On Thursday, January 12th, I attended the Apopka Farm Workers. They had a sort of a celebration recognizing and celebrating 40 years of dedicated service. And they've been doing that in our community, improving the work conditions of the farm workers who work in the agricultural and nursery industry here in Apopka. They celebrated and honored a long list of community people who work and volunteer with the Farm Workers Organization. I just want to give them a special thanks for including me on that list. Their 40th anniversary General Assembly meeting, which will include the 5 regional offices from the state of Florida, and all their delegates will be attending a conference that will be hosted here for the first time in our city at the Apopka Community Center on Sunday, March 5th, 2023. So there was an open invitation to us as in the council to attend the conference. Also, this past week, I know I attended, and I believe I saw them, the mayor was also there. We attended 2 funeral services, one for a longtime Rotary member, Mr. Lowell Swinberg, And the second service was for a young adult, Jacob Aaron Sumlin. He lost his life after being struck by an auto while he was bicycling across here, the street of Walgreens. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because his grandmother is Miss Kathy Hopper. She's a longtime resident of our city and as well as a longtime member of the Apopka Women's Club. And she personally called me just before the funeral for her grandson and had respectfully asked that I do tell the other council members that the young man who was killed on that, by the auto was her grandson. And her concern was she wanted us as a council she wanted us to know who the person was because he was someone from the community. She also wanted to make a point that she wants us to work and make a priority to improve the pedestrian safety, that it become a priority for our city. And I did respond by letting her know that of our commitment to work to improve pedestrian safety through the program Best Foot Forward. So this is why I'm bringing her up, and it's a commitment that I have made to her. So again, I offer my sincere condolences to a friend of mine that I've known for the last 10 years, and of course to her entire family on the loss of her young grandson who was just 28 years old. And he leaves behind twins, and they're only 2 years old. This past Monday, we all attended the Martin Luther King, and I'm going to correct myself, the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We had a beautiful day of sunshine. Of course, when we turned the corner, started to travel down the parade route, I was really happy to see the attendance of the residents that do live in the south side of Apopka. So I just want to give a special thanks to the Ministry Alliance organization, the parade chairperson, Ms. Monique R. Morris, and our own Commissioner Alexander Smith, as he is the co-chairman of the parade. And we continue to strive in our elected positions to work toward the betterment of our city for everyone who calls Apopka home. Which leads me to remind all the residents, I hope some are awake, that we have our next workshop scheduled regarding the proposed annexation of South Apopka, and it will be held on Tuesday, January 24th from 4 to 6. It will be hosted at the John Bridges Center from 4 to 6, and I hope we get a good turnout. Again, because I've gotten some telephone calls. This is a workshop, and we hope to see you there. And if you have any questions or wish to share your thoughts, please feel free to contact any of us via email or text. Let me see what the other, okay, last week, I learned that the Orange County held a legislative meeting with all our newly elected state representatives, including our former Commissioner Doug Bankson. At that session, there were constituents invited from Central Florida to meet and speak with the representatives. And the reason why I say this, because I learned that some of the constituents had gone to this legislative meeting, but I was unaware of it. I mean, we didn't know about it. So I reached out to our state rep and asked him to please add me to the email, because for me, I felt there was a missed opportunity for the commissioners here to have heard some of the constituents of what their ask was as they head to Tallahassee. I did learn that our mayor was in attendance and spoke at the public comment session, so I hope he can share with us what he did ask of our state representative as they get ready to go for their new session in Tallahassee. And last, and thank you so much to everyone that has really stayed with us through this. In the beginning of our public council meeting, A closed litigation executive session was held to discuss pending litigation regarding the estate of Austin Duran. I want to reiterate that this session does not minimize the tragic event or the loss of Austin Duran, nor does it preclude you, the residents, who are concerned and want to know the outcome of the investigation. At this time, all inquiries will go through the city attorney until the case is settled. You can still contact us, whether it be via email, text, or phone, to ask us for a follow-up. We can't discuss the case, but we can confirm that it's still ongoing. All other inquiries about other matters regarding the Apopka Fire Department, we still can help to provide you with the information. As your elected officials, we want to reiterate to Austin Duran's family, especially his dad, Michael, whose presence has been consistent in our public meetings, to Austin's girlfriend, Sydney, his friends, and his Apopka firefighters. We continue to feel the tremendous loss of his son, and he will not be forgotten. We will continue to work to improve and implement changes that will make training and safety a priority. To ensure the mentorship program is active and working for all new firefighters. Austin Duran's safety initiative is helping to bring about the change he had hoped for in his young adult life, and his love for the profession of a firefighter he leaves a great legacy to fulfill, and he is not forgotten. Thank you.
Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, I'll make it short and sweet, or not sweet, but both of the people that Commissioner Velasquez mentioned are members of our church. The mayor, the church that the mayor and I go to. So my condolences to the Swanberg family, and then Kathy Hopper, who I give hugs to at the 11 o'clock service every Sunday,
Yeah.
and I feel for her. My prayers are with her. But we're steeped in faith, and that faith will get us through these tough times. And I wanted to echo the thanks to Commissioner Smith, leadership for the parade. Gorgeous day. And I think Reverend Bradford said that it may have been the largest parade to date. So it was very successful. Kudos to you and all the people that go into making it happen. So thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. And I just want to say thanks to the mayor and the commissioners for your participation, your attendance, and your support of the Dr. Martin Luther King Parade. And it was the largest that we've had. So this was our 14th annual and the largest parade that we've had. So we thank you for your support. My condolences go out to the two families as well. Wasn't able to attend either service, but our prayers and thoughts are with them. And again, Commissioner Velasquez has already mentioned about annexation on Tuesday, the 24th at 4 o'clock at the John Bridges Community Center. And we invite the public to please come out and voice your opinion and get factual information as to what's going to take place. And then in reference to the homeless, I think all of us received a letter from Nathan some time ago with some suggestions as to how we could deal with the homeless. And I remember at one of our city council meetings, Mr. Cooper was present and said that he had offered to build a place for the homeless. And so I'm going to personally contact him and see if he's still willing to provide that offer and provide a place for our homeless population here in the city of Apopka.
Commissioner Nesta?
I'll keep it short. Echo the same sentiments the rest of the commissioners did here. The only other thing was, it's my understanding that we have the final Gannon report available from the fire department. So if we can, I'll get copies of that as soon as possible. Just request that from staff.
Okay. All right. Edward?
I have nothing, Mayor.
Okay. Michael?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Mayor's report. got the South Apopka annexation community. Great news. Wekiva High School, their culinary program won 7 awards at the OCPS culinary competition, so did a great job there. We have a new appointee to the CRA board. It's Linda Voll, who succeeds Lee Blackwelder Burett on the CRA board. So she'll be at when we have our next CRA meeting. She should be in attendance. Big thanks back for Commissioner Smith and Monique Morris. Awesome event. Like we said, everybody, best ever. We are also, Black History Month, they're getting started. Got the Apopka Youth Council working on to feature 28 prominent local deceased Black historians. And so we're excited about what that will look like. They're excited, to get their name at the bottom of the page. That, I did the bio on, Billy Dean or whoever. So I think it's going to be a great. And so what we'll do is every day on the city website, we'll have that person posted. So I thought, local leaders versus, the national leaders, something so that everybody gets a good, idea of some of the pioneers, Black pioneers here in the Apopka area. We've got Apopka Historical Society. The banners are up. I know they've been asking for the banners. They're up outside. So if you want to take a look at those, something they've been asking for. We got the Kelly Park interchange on February 7th. It's a workshop from 10 to 12. That's what the developers.
What day is that?
February 7th, 10 to 12. It's a workshop to go over the planned and road improvements mainly, but we'll have the developers there to kind of guide us through what that looks like. I think that's all I've got.
Oh, just one more thing. You appeared at the Orange County.
Oh, okay, yeah, at the delegation meeting, that's not just reps, it's senators as well, and it's not brand new ones, it's all senators and all representatives.
Oh, okay, see.
So anybody that has a piece of Orange County, and I was not invited, it's just, I know that they have to do that before they go to Tallahassee for session. So Stacy reached out and found out when it was, and we got on the agenda. So 3 things that we brought up, try to get help with, and that's the trail gap we have on the West Orange Trail between Lester Road and the neighborhood lakes in Lake County, and also the gap on the southwest side of Lake Apopka, so we'll have the complete loop around Lake Apopka. I've already gotten commitments from Oakland, Ocoee, Winter Garden to support that, so we're excited about their help, as well as Lake County. Border Lake funding to help us complete that flooding problem there at Border Lake and Lake Page and Lake Pleasant, and then some money for affordable housing. And with that.
Thank you.